this particular industry last month, and he's just making some conclusion. This is based upon years and decades upon decades upon decades of tried and true analysis. And the jury can take forward, like, he can cross-examine them, and the jury can take from it what they want. They can be like, okay, we don't believe that he's in a position to make that opinion, and they can give whatever weight to it that they want. But I believe he should, based upon his experience, should be in a position to at least say what his opinion is. He's not saying that, oh, this is a fact, this happened, I know 100% sure that these are the circumstances of the case, but based upon my looking at the evidence, based upon my experience, this is what my opinion is of the circumstances that may have led up to it as far as being emotionally charged. Not the mental state, what the mental thoughts that were going through the person's mind at that particular time when they did it. Like, oh, I hate you because of this, or I mean, we're not saying that. We're not trying to insinuate that he's going to testify to as to, oh, they were diagnosed with schizophrenia or depression or bipolar. We're not suggesting he's going to go that far, but he can say whether or not, based upon where the wounds are, that it appears to him that this is an emotionally charged, the amount of wounds and where they are.
Judge, may I add something to that? And based on the fact that the court just indicated that it could also be that she was fighting like hell, I believe that in and of itself, the court having that opinion gives a question of fact for the trier of fact. That's just another reason to allow him to opine. And I think that predetermining what his particular expertise may or may not be, without even giving him an opportunity, without anyone questioning him as to where it was that he came up with the knowledge or the background and knowledge to be able to even formulate this article, I think that would be essentially taking away a crucial quality of what he may bring.
But counsel, it has to be regularly accepted science, and autopsies and determining cause of their death are regularly accepted sciences and processes. Attributing someone's mental state to injuries that are inflicted is not regularly accepted science. This article isn't even talking about that being regularly accepted science. He's talking about one case that he worked on where he knew the background of constant domestic violence and said it was an emotionally charged attack. He's not saying that it's any kind of scientific anything. He's stating the facts of that particular case.
And I think that since he's here, he should at least be questioned as to that specific question. He's here. Let's just ask him that. Let's all come to a consensus as to whether or not he then can be deemed an expert in that based on how he answers the question, and then it can proceed from there. Because I think that based on his 40 years, Judge, and based on what he is opining, that would be weight that could be given to the same way the court said it could be her fighting like hell. It could also not be, and that could be a question of fact for the trier of fact.
But that's not within the purview of a forensic pathologist.
It could be
purview is cause and manner of death.
Right, but every forensic pathologist may have different type of abilities, just like there was testimony from one of their witnesses who indicated that a forensic pathologist may be able to match the wounds on the victim with the weapon.
About that all he wants.
But their forensic pathologist wasn't in a position to do so. So just because she
Good
wasn't
morning.
in a position to do that, does that mean
Running
that
behind
no other
today.
forensic pathologist would have been able to do that? And then prior to us even having,
I might have to pop in and out. My mother-in-law is here.
Exist. When we had a motion denied, I stated that they could have used the knives and compared it with their wounds, and you said yourself, Judge, that particular science doesn't even exist. You've never heard of that science existing on the bench.
Bat nuts crazy.
I've never seen such an expert testify.
Okay, but that doesn't mean that it's out of certain experts'
saw that.
purview just because the court, myself, or anybody in this courtroom hasn't heard of it. Doesn't make it less true or somebody having the ability to do so.
If he wants to talk anything to be determined for autopsy, then a forensic pathologist autopsy about the wound track, about the physics of that body or the physical condition of that body. But you cannot say what the mindset was of the person who's inflicting those wounds.
Right, but it's not saying them.
That's not part of an autopsy.
Right, as far as you may not know his ability to be able to look at this evidence. And
Is he
make an
trying to call
opinion.
his own like expert?
Because
Because I
we
I
don't
missed
know, we don't understand every
the very
single
first part.
detail
I'm
of what he
sorry.
does. That doesn't mean that he doesn't know what he's
It's
talking
been a
about,
very long
nor
night.
does it mean that it's not an accepted ability for a forensic pathologist to incorporate those subset of abilities and ability to analyze the wound, the autopsy, to come to that conclusion.
That's supposed to support this conclusion that he can make that determination
That's one of them.
is not.
But he can speak. We can ask him questions about it. This is just one article. I mean, he didn't publish every single article. No expert comes in here and publishes every single article. Most experts don't even have a published article where they can support their opinion on anything.
Oh, ooh.
This isn't even drawing conclusions about mindset of people and saying that this is regularly accepted science. He's giving case studies about various stab wounds that were there. And he's just saying these facts and what played out in those specific cases. This is not an article saying that it's regularly accepted that you can determine someone's mental state at the time they're inflicting wounds. That's not what this article is about. He's just talking about various stab wounds.
Okay, but if he's questioned and he can be cross-examined, experience, 40 plus experience, whether or not analyzed and whether or not he followed those cases or made an opinion on what the cause or maybe circumstances that surrounded that
Yeah,
stabbing
my
would have
boyfriend and I
been.
talked about it
And
last
then at the
night, and he was
conclusion of
like,
that
stabbing
case,
is very,
what
very
those-
personal.
those
And
what the cause was, or the
so
circumstances was
I'm
involving
super
those
weird,
particular
but
stabbings,
last night
and
I was
whether or
like,
not he has
we're gonna
experience
reenact the
in
um
being correct or incorrect
several
in his
different
opinion.
scenarios of how this could have happened, like her laying on the sofa with the hood over her head, like he was like, I'm not looking forward to this. And I was like, well, it could be like a fantasy, like, if you ever wanted to kill me, this could be your practice. He's like, I don't want to kill you. He's like, you are so weird. And I'm like, well,
we're all speculating right now. Does he know this? Does he not know this? Is he an expert in this? Is he not? I do all of this when he's here. You could just be like, hey, sir.
I'm like, well, this is what we're going to do. We're going to do it several different ways. I'm like, I'm just trying to figure out how to
I think that would be inadequate.
make,
Okay, you can cross-examine. You can ask
do
the question.
pretend.
You have to bring them up.
No, I mean, if the court has questions of him, I am fine with that. Judge.
Very well.
Judge, I would just say for the record that we do have Dr. Omar Reyes, who is a potential rebuttal witness for us with the Wayne County Medical Examiner's Office in the courtroom. The medical examiner in this case, Dr. Nicole Kroon, is out of state this week, so not available to be called as a rebuttal witness. So Dr. Reyes, if we do call a rebuttal witness, will be the rebuttal witness on these sort of issues that we've discussed. I'd ask that he be allowed to stay in the courtroom as an expert witness.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
The jury knows that we have this. Or I don't know if they want to go on a break and come back. I don't know. Yeah, it's gonna be at least 15 minutes. Scarlett, tell them to wait. We're gonna bring the jury out.
I know, I'm all like excited about it. I'm like, I can't wait for us to reenact this. And he's just like, what the heck? You are so weird.
We're gonna send the jury on a break. Come on in.
Goodness gracious. Okay, so I can't play any more music in between like breaks and stuff. I got really hammered yesterday on my channel for that. So no more music. They are like super strict about that. My video almost got taken down. The live almost got taken down altogether. So no more of that. Sorry to you and Kirsten. But we won't be doing that anymore. Yeah, it's just going to be like a lot of figuring out like what came. I don't know obviously we don't know the pattern or the sequence of the wounds, but even my boyfriend was like, no even if the guy was like going into the house to steal anything, you wouldn't stab someone 8 times. He's like, at most, if you were caught, you'd probably like shove her and leave. But you wouldn't stab her 8 times and leave. Oh yeah, you don't want me to sing Butterfly. That's the last thing you want me to do. And what's crazy is I was in choir like my whole young life, and I can't read a lick of music, and I cannot sing. Mostly just lip synced. It's bad. Yeah, I wrote down all the others, but yeah, I can't do it on YouTube anymore because man, I looked at that video yesterday. It was like red strikes everywhere. I was like, oh no.
I will, Your Honor. I'm Ljubisha Jovan Dragovic. That's Ljubisa, middle Jovan, last Dragovic.
I need Kirsten to
Good morning, Dr. Dragon.
understand what he's saying.
Good morning, sir.
She's translate.
Could you state for the record your occupation?
I'm a forensic pathologist and neuropathologist.
Okay, and could you just explain what those two different, I guess, fields are?
Forensic pathologist is a person that, in translation, a public pathologist. Word forensic comes from Latin word forum, defining a public gathering place. And a forensic pathologist is someone that is called upon to either investigate certain circumstances related to a death, or to interpret the evidence obtained functions during those investigations. And
Okay. And you say in, I guess, circumstances concerning the death, could you elaborate a little bit on that?
well, the statutory requirement for any death calls for establishing the cause of death and the manner of death. And the cause of death is based on the documentation of any departures from normal on the outside of the body or within the body, and demonstrating that there's an anatomical finding. And then the manner of death is assessing the circumstances that surround the particular death. And there are 5 general categories world around of manner of death: natural, homicide, suicide, accident, and
So-
undetermined.
So how
undeterminable,
is this
where
guy being
is
called by the
last,
defense any different from any other
category,
trial we've ever watched
sort
where
of,
the defense calls their own
situation of
forensic
answer
to kind of refute
some questions
the other
regarding, the
medical examiner or
classification
forensic pathologist?
of
Hey Jenny,
manner
how
of
are
death.
you?
So those cases
Welcome.
are classified
Girl,
as
what the heck is going on in Kenya?
open cases. The
How far are you from Kenya? I
previously,
hope you're far away from all that disaster. Oh my
mentioned,
gosh.
natural
Is
death
it Kenya?
a
Am I
decision
right
where
about
death
that?
results from internal forces, the forces from within our body that are detrimental to our
I know Africa is huge,
life.
but
Okay.
Depending on lifestyle and whatnot, the degenerative processes like atherosclerosis, hardening of the arteries, heart attacks, tumors, malignant tumors and complications, various infectious diseases, and so on.
Okay.
The homicide is a broad category. It's a category where death results from demonstrable purposeful act of a person or another personal persons. It has to be a demonstrable purposeful act.
well, hopefully it doesn't spill
Suicide
down
is a
south.
narrow category
Man.
With the
I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt.
Okay.
We have a jury.
Okay, yeah,
I
okay.
know, right?
We'll
Like,
just- okay, we-
Questions directly to the question.
Okay, absolutely. Absolutely.
Okay.
Now, Doctor, are you able to, upon And how long have you been in the field?
38 years plus,
38 years. Okay. And
above 38.
okay. And just give us an estimate, and as far as your 38 years, a ballpark figure of how many different, I guess, bodies have you examined and did an analysis on?
Thousands.
Thousands.
I don't keep track of that.
Okay, absolutely. And as far as your ability to give an opinion, is it based upon any type of training you may have underwent in schooling?
Yes, it is based on specialty training that entails medical school, entails training in anatomic pathology, and being board certified in that specialty, training and as a fellowship in neuropathology and being board certified in that specialty, and training in forensic pathology and being board certified in that specialty.
Okay.
All of that happened in the last century, back in 82, 85, and 87,
Okay.
sequentially.
And Doctor, you prepared a draft opinion. Have you reviewed the autopsy concerning the case of the death of Samantha Woll?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you prepared a report, a draft report, where you indicated that, in your opinion, the overall pattern of inflicted sharp force injury suggests an element of emotionally charged assault. Correct?
Yes, that was based on the documented evidence. I did not finalize or prepare the report because I did not have enough evidence to finalize it, and that is the essential problem with the case. Because the autopsy was incomplete, the investigation was incomplete.
Okay, and
Thank you.
how did you come to that opinion that you believe that there was an element of a emotionally charged assault? What type of evidence were you looking at?
The injury pattern, there was stab wounds to the head and neck area, and there were multiple stab wounds that give the impression that whoever carried out this apparently was in some degree of anger, if you want, or emotionally charged, or whatever. I wasn't there. I cannot assess that. This is what I suggested then, that additional experts should be brought in to evaluate this.
Oh, you mean like the
and
FBI?
Do you have any experience as far as coming to, I guess, looking at cases where you've made a conclusion or an opinion that there was some type of emotionally charged element to the crime?
Well, I wrote a chapter for a textbook of forensic medicine where at least 3 cases, 3 examples are in the chapter of sharp force injury that defining this type of situation, an injury pattern that gives the idea of some emotional charge of the perpetrator or assailant.
Okay, has this article ever been accepted or rejected, I guess, in the broader scientific or medical community as being either factual or being, I guess, junk science, for a lack of a better word?
I don't know. It's an integral part of the textbook of forensic medicine, international textbook of forensic medicine.
And is this book still in circulation?
Yeah, it's actually in its 2nd edition.
Okay.
There were 2 editions.
Okay, and have you ever read any type of literature that would basically contradict or dispel your opinions that were published in this forensic medicine 2nd edition book?
No, sir.
Okay. And is your experience on emotionally charged crimes only limited to the cases that you cited in this particular forensic medicine 2nd edition book?
No, it's a pattern that is that has to be noted. First of all, observed and analyzed, and then documented and reported. Now, if there is something else that directly brings itself contrary to that pattern, well, I would like to see it. I would like to be confronted with it so that I can explain, because I can only explain or try to interpret evidence, nothing else. I cannot create my own out of my mind evidence. It's the evidence that is to be interpreted as best as one can. I'm not clairvoyant, far from that. That has nothing to do with that aspect.
Okay. So just to be clear, have you looked at multiple different cases other than what was cited in this particular book that you came to an opinion of whether or not it may have been some emotionally charged assault?
Yes. Over the period of so many decades, I have encountered all kinds of cases along the lines of shot force injuries or other patterns of other type of injury, being by blunt force, by gunfire, or by so this is the cumulative experience that forces me to observe certain patterns and comment on those. In no way in the business of making absolute conclusion on anything. The patterns offering itself are critical, and I think it's important to bring them to the attention of the public or trier of fact or whoever is looking at it.
Have you ever testified as an expert, as a forensic pathologist in court, and you thought a particular stabbing or death was emotional charge?
Yes, as a matter of fact, those examples in the chapter are all the post festum after the adjudication cases from just sample cases from my everyday experience.
Okay, so just to be clear, you testified in those particular cases?
Yes, sir.
And you gave your opinion in court on whether or not you thought they may have been emotionally charged in those cases?
But that was the essence of identification of the pattern. Yes, sir.
Okay. Have you ever been denied to testify in a particular court about your opinions on whether or not a homicide was emotionally charged or not?
No, I mean, if there was a question put forward to explain, yes, I explained. There was no denial of anything along those lines.
Okay.
I mean, this is all based on by photographing, as it has been in this case. This case has photographic documentation, so it's not out of thin air.
Okay, thank you. I think I have no further questions. I mean, I've had.
Morning, Doctor.
Morning.
So just to be clear, in your draft report, you indicated that the aspect of this case about the injury being potentially emotionally charged should be addressed by a forensic psychiatrist, correct?
Yes, that's a suggestion, yes.
And that's because you're not a forensic psychiatrist, correct?
I am a forensic pathologist. Forensic psychiatrists, in my opinion, should be involved in assessment of the overall case and analyzing the interactions, because I was not there. I am not to talk about someone's state of mind. I can only interpret the results of someone's actions.
Okay, but you would agree a forensic psychiatrist would be in a better position to potentially interpret the results of somebody's actions, or the underlying motives of somebody's actions, potentially?
Absolutely. That's especially that deals with sort of approximate mind reading and understanding someone's mind and someone's trains of thoughts. I am looking at different entities and different issues. I'm looking at the body, findings in the body, and patterns of injury. and it's my duty to point out, to call to the attention the injury pattern that I observed. That's all.
Okay, and as part of your statutory duties as a medical examiner, are you oftentimes responsible for preparing a death certificate?
Yes, sir.
And when you prepare a death certificate, is there a section of that certificate that asks you to comment on the mental characteristics of the perpetrator of the homicide?
I don't believe so.
Okay.
There is there is a number of questions that need to be answered. How injury occurred, how death came, cause and manner of death. But the statutory requirements are different from that certificate itself. That certificate addresses why someone died and how that came upon this person and the time and the description of there is also a space for describing how injury occurred on the surface, regardless of what caused that.
Okay, but on the death certificate, you're not going to opine about the mental characteristics of the perpetrator of a homicide, correct?
No, I do not even begin to opine about mental state of anyone because I'm not the psychiatrist.
But you want to come into court in front of our jury in this case and opine on the mental characteristics of the perpetrator in this case.
No, I am only pointing out that this pattern offers itself as a result of some emotionally charged situation, whether it was big anger in the argument, whether it was some type of relationship, whether it's some lengthy fight, struggle that upsets someone. It is reflective of some emotionally charged activity. But I'm not inferring anything about the state of mind of anyone under the circumstances. Wouldn't even begin to do that.
Okay, and your opinion that this was an emotionally charged killing, you cite this forensic medicine second edition chapter that you wrote on sharp force injuries, correct?
Yes, that was my experience because upon completion of those cases and reviewing those cases, it was found that in a number of cases that I picked out where there was emotional charge involved in by the perpetrator, whoever that was in those cases, and a family dispute, and a son who was apparently having some mental issues, killing his mom, and a lady teacher that killed her husband for not being faithful to her and the family. Those are everyday examples from my practice.
No, in those examples, though, you were familiar with a lot of the facts and circumstances of those specific cases, correct?
That would be because those cases had been completed through the process of adjudication and analyzed and written about and so on and so forth. Here, I'm just bringing to the attention this as a pattern to be looked at. I cannot make any definitive decision based on that. Neither have I done so in this incomplete draft of my report.
Okay. Thank you, Doctor.
You're welcome, sir.
Any regret?
And doctor, just to be clear, you're not making any assessment on anybody's mental state, correct? You're just looking at the evidence and making an opinion based upon the patterns you see of the wounds, correct?
That is correct, sir. I have not analyzed anyone. I'm professionally not in that field to analyze anyone's behavior. I'm not the behavioral scientist. I'm just looking at the pattern, and the pattern is something to be taken into consideration. That's what I'm calling for.
Okay. And in the cases that were cited in your publication, there's a question whether or not you knew the information at the conclusion. Would it be fair to say that you made an opinion before the conclusion of the case on whether or not you thought these were emotionally charged?
This after everything was completed, and after we see that these perpetrators did behave in such a way that is described in the chapter. Those cases are the capsules of the cases are in the publication. I think I sent you the
Yes.
So it's self-explanatory.
Okay. And you stated you have, just to be clear, you have testified in court on your opinion of whether or not the patterns seem to be from an emotionally charged situation, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. And you believe that your opinion is crucial for the fact finder, for the totality of the case. Would you say so?
I don't know. The fact finders find it crucial or not, but it's my duty as a public pathologist to call for the attention to that for everyone and anyone that is to consider it.
Thank you, Doctor. No further
You're
questions.
welcome.
Your duty is to determine cause and manner of death, is it not?
As a medical examiner, yes, that's
Okay.
my statutory duty.
Okay, and you said, I can't begin to opine about someone's mental state.
Absolutely. Yes.
So how do you opine that these are necessarily caused by an emotionally charged state?
Because of the pattern of the multiplicity and of the areas, the grouping of the injuries. That is the whole point of recognizing the patterns in forensic pathology. It has not necessarily come under statutory obligation in any state, but it is the duty, professional duty of a forensic pathologist to call for the attention on that. Whether people consider it or not, it's a totally different issue. I'm not trying to impose it on anyone.
Well, you're saying two different things. In one moment, you're saying you can't opine about someone's mental state, and the next you're saying I can opine about mental in this case.
Well, because someone might be deranged primarily, other individuals' mental state is emotionally charged because of anger, or otherwise perfectly normal, sound person. So the whole situation of emotional charge comes out in any possible environment. In domestic violence, whether the individuals are intoxicated, that they're not sane, whether they're sane completely but upset with the reason or no reason. I mean, there is a whole spectrum of things that entails emotional charge. That's all I'm saying.
And did you say in these cases you opined in court that these were emotionally charged?
When I was asked what the pattern meant, yes, because you can see the photograph that is in that chapter. They find this critical pattern of multiple stab wounds to the neck area. In one case, the other case was this third grade school wounds to the left upper back corresponding to the heart after multiple blows with an axe to the back of his head.
Well, you knew the facts of those cases.
Well, yes, and I don't know even but I just know what I have been provided. I don't know the details of the whole case here. I was provided with photographs, autopsy report, and I'm indicating that the autopsy report did not provide enough detail for a complete evaluation. not only about the emotional charge, but in general because of the mechanism of death of this young lady. This young lady died under special circumstances. There's a lot missing in the autopsy report that should have been done. My duty is to point out what has not been done and what ought to be done.
Okay, but again, you're trying to say that this was an emotionally charged incident.
I am trying
You
to
don't
point
know the
out.
facts of this case.
Well, I'm trying to point out that it would benefit from assessment of other profiles, not from me. That's exactly what I said. This is why I invoked the assistance of a forensic psychiatrist, because a forensic psychiatrist would be in that process offering additional pieces for the jigsaw puzzle here.
So what opinion exactly would you be offering today about the emotionally charged state?
None beyond what I indicated, that there is a need to look into that. I'm not saying 100% this is it. I never said so, but I'm saying that people should pay attention to this.
But because that's expertise.
But I'm not the psychiatrist again, so I'm not the mind reader. I cannot say how someone.
This is literally different than Dr. Bodden
behavioral aberrations
coming in
part of someone that I don't even
and
know.
going over autopsy results.
And just to be clear, doctor, wouldn't be offering the mental state. You would just be offering
The
based upon
injuries.
your review of the
Right.
patterns that you're making an opinion that it could be. You're not saying definitively that this is emotionally charged. You're just saying that based upon the patterns, it appears that it could be. But if somebody wanted to, I guess, know a little bit more, then it may have to have some type of expert beyond yourself. But you can opine based upon the patterns. Is that correct?
I can't. My opinions are limited. I don't have the information, but it is my duty to call for attention by whosoever may be available to address that.
Any further questions?
No, Your Honor.
And Judge, I would just state that, they have a rebuttal witness. He should be able to give his limited opinion and preface it with, this is my limited opinion. Certain things weren't done in this particular autopsy.
Exactly. The autopsy was like quick, fast, and in a hurry.
This is my limited opinion. And then they'll be able to have a rebuttal witness who will be able to testify on what he feels based upon the evidence. And then the jury can take those different testimonies and give whatever weight to it that they determine.
This is consistent. Or what is your actually that you're going to say about the emotional charge?
That the pattern suggests emotionally charged circumstance, and the trial of fact should take it from there. I go beyond that.
The autopsy wasn't complete.
And if their witness wants to say it doesn't suggest, then they're in a position to do so. Because he's not definitely he's not saying this definitely. He's just getting his limited. He's fixing my limited opinion, and he's not going any further than it suggests. And I believe that that's goes to the weight, not the admissibility of that particular testimony. And if, like I stated multiple times, if their witness wants to come in, but our doctor, then that's fine.
Is that something that is generally accepted in the forensic pathology community?
It has been mentioned many times, of forensic pathology over the past century and a half, Your Honor.
Stating that you should say if, when there's a certain pattern, you should bring that to people's attention.
Oh, absolutely. The pattern is critical. The pattern is evidence. Your Honor, in forensic pathology, pattern is the evidence, the pattern of injury. And by analyzing the pattern, one can document the type of tool or instrument or whatever it is. In this particular case, a sharp object like a knife, that offers it, but also the distribution of the injuries on the body. And the distribution is indicative of a pattern because it's limited to the back of the head, the neck, and front of the neck. You know, there are no other stab wounds.
Weren't there some on the back?
Yeah, but in the bottom of the neck, basically.
And Judge, if I may just get in a final word here, our position, I think, is you've heard enough. He is expressly acknowledged that he doesn't have sufficient information to opine in this case. He's acknowledged that the scope of his opinion on the mental characteristics or the emotionally charged nature of this is outside of his purview as a forensic pathologist and would be better suited for somebody to in an entirely different field to look at. So I think the court is heard enough to know that there's simply no reliability to this opinion that was, again, given to us in the middle of our trial.
And I don't believe that he's even acknowledging that he's going to testify to what type of diagnosis this particular individual had, or whether or not we're mad for
Exactly. It's up for the
being
jury
drunk,
to decide.
or they were mad.
Hasn't she used
because
that
this
term
was some
over and over and over
road
again?
incident and they followed her home, or
He's
she
allowed
forgot
to have
send
a
the
rebuttal
flowers,
witness.
or they were just a homicidal maniac roaming in the streets. He's not opining that. He's opining based upon the patterns. Like he said, like he
Exactly.
said, the patterns mean a lot. You can't just ignore patterns as a forensic pathologist. The number of wounds,
Say that the
where wounds
autopsy
are,
was not
and
complete.
they definitely would mean something to a trained professional on the frequency of which somebody was stabbed and where on their body they were stabbed. And all he's saying is, I'm looking at the evidence and saying it could saying, oh, I know that this person walked over here and got into an argument with her because they were mad about some breakup that happened 2 months ago or 3 months ago. He's not opining to that. He's looking at that evidence and he's giving it a suggestion, and they'll be in a position to offer their witness to say that
Yeah,
whether or
because
not
if you're stabbed in the
it
head
is,
and
evidence
and
means to him.
I'm
And I
sure
believe
she
the
would have been
jury
stabbed in the facial area
also
if they could have
and
seen
whatever way to it
if she had her
they
hood
need to.
on.
Like I said, it goes to the weight of the evidence, not the admissibility.
Okay, so even in this article
That-
I'm reading.
Oh my gosh, woman. This guy's life is on the line.
Cause of death, manner of death, actually. And it doesn't talk about in here how to document or state something about a potential state of someone or emotional charge. Where he's talking about emotionally charged, where he's talking about cases where he already knows the facts and they've already been determined.
And I mean, he's ever said he's stated multiple times that he's not testifying to what their mental state is. He's just saying based upon his review of the
Types of
pattern,
wounds.
it could suggest. Now, as far as I guess delving into what their exact mental state is, that could be passed along to another expert. but he can be in a position that says it could suggest where their exact mental state is. He's not going to opine.
This
I would
is-
say their mental state was anger, rage, homicidal, suicidal / homicidal. He's not going to test to that. He's going to say, based upon the injuries,
Right.
this is what the patterns mean to him. He's testified that
The
he's
jury can
testified in court.
defense can put up
about
whatever defense
giving
they
an
want. They
opinion
can put up a
about
defense of
based
an
on the
invisible
pattern,
mandate.
figure out what
They
mental
can-
condition
don't have to put on any
exactly is
defense,
at that time.
actually.
But
The defense can sit there and say not a word.
Suggestion. The jury, your amounts to nothing. They can give whatever weight to it.
Because
that
completely,
they
the judge
may
has
feel is
to
necessary,
entertain the
given the
defense's
evidence that they saw
defense,
and his interpretation of
because there's a person's life on the line.
I still say it's outside of what is.
Oh,
and Judge, I would
State all the things he thinks is wrong with her autopsy.
yes, say all the things that's wrong with the autopsy. Do that.
Goes to state of mind
Do
of the
that.
individual.
he's not testifying to the state of mind. He said that multiple times, not testifying to mind, and his
Just
expertise
say everything that was wrong with the autopsy.
is limited to this particular article. He's done it for multiple decades of accumulating this particular knowledge, of analyzing different cases, looking at patterns, because that's one of the duties. It may not be a statutory requirement of a forensic pathologist, but as a forensic pathologist, you would be not a good one if you didn't look and analyze the patterns, and those patterns didn't speak to you as maybe a potential emotionally charged state. But not the state of mind, but it could suggest this to me based upon my decades worth of experience. And I believe that should have to go for something, just because the totality of his career is not conducive to one particular article. That doesn't mean that he does not have that particular knowledge and expertise to give that limited opinion. Just like any expert, no expert comes in here and gives the totality of their knowledge in a published article. Most experts never have published in an article. So the fact that doctor has a published article should even go give more weight to his knowledge and experience in this particular, I guess, subset of the field. And he testified that he's testified as an expert, as a forensic pathologist in other courts, and gave a particular opinion. He's never been denied in any court of testifying as a forensic pathologist in opinion of whether or
Oh,
not
but she's
there
gonna
is a
be the first judge
suggestion
to say
of being the
no.
mostly charged. Not that I can definitely say what their state of mind is. I'm just suggesting based upon my experience and what the evidence speaks to me as far as the patterns, where they are, and how many of them they are. And I believe that the jury should hear this. I haven't heard anything that would deny the doctor from being able to give that very narrow, limited opinion. And he testified, and he can tell the jury, like anything else as far as, and I'm sure he will, just like he told the court now, anything else as far as the state of mind of the individual is beyond my purview. But my analysis of the evidence suggests that there may, that's the key word, suggesting that there may. He's not saying that, oh, I know for a fact that this was an emotionally charged by her ex-boyfriend or her neighbor who didn't like her because she used to play her music too loud. He's not doing it. He's doing is looking at the evidence as any trained expert would and should do, drawing a conclusion and giving a suggestion. No expert is going to come in here and say, or should say, I know for 100% sure this is what I'm saying it is. It's a mere opinion, very limited. And they'll have an opportunity to rebut that. The jury will be able to weigh what their expert says against what he says, and they'll be able to draw their own conclusions on which weight they want to give more to our doctor or their doctor, and they may just throw both of their testimonies out the window. Who knows? But I think the jury should be in a position where they should at least hear it and give whatever weight they want to, just like with their, I guess, trooper testifying about how long it took to run to. I mean, that's a separate issue, but nevertheless, in this particular case, the people who are definitely not experts, but this doctor is an expert. He's testified before. This is not the first time. He didn't just wake up with this opinion and say, hey, this is how I feel about it. He's tried and tested in the field, decades, older than I am. He's been in the field longer than I've been alive. So I think that he should have that ability to at least give his limited opinion beyond the autopsy, whatever flaws they did in the autopsy. But beyond that, he should be able to give that very narrow sentence of what it suggests to him.
Any further words?
Dr. Ray's take on whether this is a generally acceptable thing to do within the relevant community.
And if he's a rebuttal witness, I think that he could testify in front of the jury, and the jury can hear both of them. And
I get to hear your expert's opinion, then I get to hear the other person's opinion. Thank you, doctor. You may step down and we'll hear from Dr. Reyes. Actually, he's me in there.
Absolutely.
No, sir.
Sir, just have a seat on the short bench there. Coming up to the bench, coming up behind the bench, folks. Do you swear? The whole thing? Thank you. State your name and spell for the record, please.
My name is Omar Reyes, OMARRAYES.
Thank you. Merci.
And Judge, if I could just have some leeway to lead for a minute, just to quickly establish qualifications and then kind of jump to the heart of things. Dr. Reyes, are you an assistant medical at the medical examiner's office?
I'm an interim deputy medical examiner at the Wayne County Medical Examiner's Office.
Okay, and how long have you been with the Wayne County Medical Examiner's Office?
5 years.
Okay, and are you, as part of your role, are you a forensic pathologist?
Yes, I am.
And are you a board certified forensic pathologist?
Yes, I am.
And have you routinely testified as an expert in the field of forensic pathology in Wayne County Circuit Court over the last 5 years?
Yes.
And sir, in your line of work, is it common to be asked to testify about the emotionally charged or so-called emotionally charged nature of a particular incident?
No.
And why is that?
Because the forensic pathologist can opine to the cause and manner of death, but cannot opine to the emotional state of the individual who inflicted injury.
In your view, is it accepted within the relevant medical community of forensic pathologists to be able to opine on the emotional nature of a particular incident?
No, it's not accepted because the forensic pathologist isn't present on scene when the crime.
And you had an opportunity to review the autopsy photos in connection with the death of Samantha Woll.
Yes, I did.
And you didn't perform that autopsy, correct?
Correct.
In your view, is it at all appropriate to look at those photos and draw any inferences about the supposed mental characteristics of the assailant?
No.
And why is that?
Because these injuries may help us identify the manner of death, cause of death, but not the mental state of the individual who inflicted the stab wound.
And to familiarize yourself with a textbook of forensic medicine authored by Ling Li and Yiping Hao?
No.
Okay. Have you ever heard of that textbook?
No.
Okay. Do you know whether that textbook is being utilized in medical schools currently?
It's not utilized in our office or the medical school that I'm in, Wayne State University.
Okay. Do you know anything about that textbook?
No, I don't.
Thank you. Nothing further, Judge.
Yes. Good morning, doctor.
Good morning.
Now, you stated that you have been only in the field for 5 years, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So would it be fair to say that you don't know a lot what maybe a seasoned somebody who's been in the field for 30 or 40 years knows, correct?
Not necessarily. It depends on how many cases the forensic pathologist
Okay.
has processed.
A forensic pathologist who did thousands upon thousands of cases, you would agree that they will be more experienced and knowledgeable in the field of forensic pathologist than yourself, correct? You can't opine whether or
Yeah,
not.
it depends on the experience of the other forensic.
Okay, if I hear the word swab or opine
You're
one
not
more
the
time.
chief medical examiner in Wayne County, are you?
No, I'm the interim deputy.
Okay, but you're not the chief. That's my
No, I'm not.
question. Okay. And as far as what is common in the industry, would it be fair to say that you don't know all the different practices that are utilized in the particular industry? You just know what you've been taught, correct?
Yes, that we.
Okay. Have you put any articles?
Okay, first of all,
in forensic
none of
pathology?
us are forensic
I do.
pathologists, but I
Have you?
guarantee
Yes.
you
Okay,
that
and
when
what
we
articles
see
were those?
wounds,
Different articles.
we're all
about,
going,
mainly
oh
infectious
hell no, that
diseases.
was that
Infectious
somebody
diseases?
hated that person.
Okay.
We
Have you
will
ever
opine.
Did any research to determine
Don't tell me these people don't
whether or
opine.
not this forensic medicine second edition book is utilized in certain medical schools?
No, I have not.
Okay. So you're not in the position to say whether or not it's utilized, correct?
I'm in the position to say it's not utilized at my medical school.
It's utilized, okay, in your medical school.
Yes.
Okay. And how long have you been out of medical school?
About
5 years.
10 years.
10 years. Okay. You had to do a residency before, correct?
Yes.
Okay. But you said you've only been a forensic pathologist for 5 years, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, have you read any articles that would basically dispel what Dargovich is stating as far as his ability to look at the patterns and give a suggestion of it could be an emotionally charged assault?
No, I have not read any articles
That would dispel it,
that
correct?
dispels it.
Okay. Now, you would agree, you were listening to his testimony, correct?
Yes.
And you would agree that he made a distinction about being able to determine the mental state of the individual versus a suggestion of whether or not it could be emotionally charged based upon looking at the patterns. You would agree that he made that distinction, that he could not, the mental state of the person, correct? You heard that, right?
Correct.
Okay. So when you answered that question on whether or not you know if it's a common practice for a forensic pathologist to be able to determine the mental state, you would agree that that wasn't a fair question in regards to what Dr. Dragovich intends to testify. You'd agree to that, right?
Can you please repeat the question?
Okay. The question was proposed of you of whether or not a forensic pathologist has the ability to determine a mental state, correct?
Yeah.
And you stated that from your experience, that a forensic pathologist would not be able to determine somebody's mental state, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. You would also agree that Dr. Dragovich himself stated that he's not in a position to say, correct?
Correct.
He agreed that, I mean, he testified that he looks at the patterns and gives a suggestion, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, you would agree as a forensic pathologist, part of your duties is to look at the patterns of injury, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And when you look at the patterns of injuries, you can give a suggestion and draw some type of conclusion after looking at those patterns, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And that's what Dr. Dragovich intends to do, correct? Correct? Doctor?
He's
Doctor-
giving his opinion about
That-
the emotionally charged state of the
Okay.
perpetrator, which isn't possible.
You said, but based upon the patterns, you testify, you just said that you're able to give a suggestion based upon the patterns and give some type of opinion based upon the patterns, correct?
Yes, in regards to the cause
okay,
and manner of death.
Okay. No further questions.
Why do all these witnesses feel the need to like explain? They can't just say yes or no. Well, that guy couldn't get away fast enough, could he? All right, what you gonna do?
I'm just trying to.
Okay.
Oh, look, he's trying to defend his client. Wonder where David is today. He's not in the other chat either. Has a job like regular people. Okay, Gwen, I gotta go check on my mother-in-law. I shall return. You got this until I come back.
Okay, I'm reading directly from the doctor's article here. It's like on the last page. Of course, the statutory requirement of any death investigation is to determine the manner of death in any given case of sharp force trauma. Armed with personal knowledge and personal experience, a forensic pathologist integrates the findings of the injury patterns, the results of the toxicological analysis, and the results of the scene investigation, i.e. reported physical circumstances surrounding the particular death, to make as accurately as possible the determination of manner of death. And so it's all talking about coming to conclusions about manner of death and cause of death. It's not talking about making determinations about whether it is a highly charged weight, and knowing all the facts of the case is also important to that. And the doctor said he's only seen the autopsy photos and involved in this case and has no knowledge of the scene of the case. And so I am going to preclude him from making any reference to charge because that is outside. Said that it is more for a psychiatrist to determine than for him, and that under the statute he is required to determine the manner and cause of death, and so opining about emotionally charged states is talking about someone's mental state. And that kind of purview of you and me, reaching conclusions about manner and cause of death.
And Judge, I think for the record, you misquoted what the doctor said. He said he did see the scene photos. He did see this. Yes, he said I sent them the scene photos. Yes.
I believe that's reflected in the draft report too, Your Honor, that he saw that, said at least some of the scene photos.
Of the scene photos?
Yeah, so I
I'm
did.
sorry.
I did send him the scene photos. So he did see the scene photos.
But regardless, everything he's talking about in this article is determining cause and manner of death. And it's not stating that you have to opine about something being an emotionally charged state.
Right, but his expertise cannot be summed up into one article. This is one article that he opined on. This is not the sum of his experience in this particular
So
subset.
you have not provided any articles that says that a forensic pathologist is to give that kind of opinion in court.
He's testifying that based upon his experience, he's done it before in multiple courts where he's gave an opinion. Said this under
Well,
oath.
maybe it never got raised before.
I'm sure it has been raised before. And now we're speculating. See, we're speculating now. He testified that he was an expert. Any expert comes and testifies, this expert was never challenged before. Even though they testified in 100 different cases, I can bring an argument and say, oh, maybe they was never challenged as an expert. This is speculation. He said he's never been denied. No evidence that would suggest that he's ever been challenged or not challenged.
It was the first time for evidence.
Wow.
That's my conclusion.
Wow.
If I,
Yes. We'll take 10 minutes and then we'll start.
No, I'm.
Okay, what did I miss? She won't hear either one. Is that what she's doing? So what did she decide, Gwen? I need you to type faster. What did she She won't let him say that it's indicative of a personal attack. Oh. I mean, that's what they're Ugh. I don't understand because well, that's okay. He can say that the autopsy was incomplete. He can say which it was. It was not a complete autopsy. Like he can say that the other medical examiner didn't measure the depths of the wounds properly. I mean, how can we know what type of knife was used when she didn't actually measure the depths of the wounds? I mean, they're so busy testing pocket knives when they should have been testing actual knives. That one knife they showed in her apartment was an actual knife that possibly could have been used. Did they test that knife? So, I mean, that's okay. We don't have to look at it as a total loss. He can say, I mean, he has lots of years of experience. Yeah, I want to see the width. Like I think she did measure the width, so I'm gonna work on that. I think I'm just like I was telling my boyfriend last night. I think I'm just nervous about filing the FOIA. I've never done it. I know other YouTubers have done it, but I just have never done it. So this will be my first time filing for FOIA. So I think I'm just nervous about actually filing to get the case to investigate it. But I need more information than what I'm just getting off this court trial because she's not allowing so much stuff. My poor Augie dog, his grandma's here, but she brought her puppy, and it's his birthday tomorrow, and he's very upset he hasn't even gotten to see her because he does not like the new puppy. Yeah, I question that case as well, Jenny. I am not sure. I'm very uncertain about the details of that case, but I don't have the details of that case, so I don't know. I think it's odd that one person would be capable of stabbing 4 people without some type of defensive wounds and somebody not waking someone up. One of the victims was a guy. Like, I think they did say there were defensive wounds, but I mean, like when you're stabbing someone, usually, which is crazy, but you end up cutting yourself in the process. So I'm just curious as to how they came upon him. Again, other than the cell phone pings and they saw a video of a car that looked kind of like his. So I don't know. I just think it's strange that somehow you can pin it on someone who just happened to be in the area. Yeah, I don't know much about it. I just know that they made a quick arrest and they're saying that because his he had something to do with a knife sheath, but I don't know. I mean, I would think it would be kind of strange that he would leave behind the knife sheath. So I'm not sure how I feel about it. I mean, I guess you wouldn't think about it, but well, we're looking at ceiling tiles. What are they doing right now? And they have pushed off. Yeah, the case just happened so fast, and they already tore the house down. The house is gone. So I think that was a huge mistake. Because the jury won't have the opportunity to see the house. They won't see the layout of the house. I think that was a huge mistake. Because I think that's very important to see the layout of the house. Because I think that would help with kind of getting an idea of, would you be able to hear people scream? Because the house had many levels. They took people to the Murdaugh ranch or land and showed them. And I didn't feel like that case was really fair either, because they didn't have the actual weapons they were using, which I don't think should have been allowed, but they used weapons in that case for show. Like, this is the same type of weapon that was used to kill Maggie and Paul, but it wasn't the actual weapon. They never had the actual weapons. And I don't think that is fair. I think it's very prejudicial for the jury to see weapons used, because it's very impactful for a jury to see, guns like that. I mean, I'm not saying Alec Murdaugh's a saint or anything. I'm just saying they did some very prejudicial things against him in that trial.
Recalling case number 24000535, people versus Michael Manuel Jackson Milano. Francis, please.
Good morning, people. Does he have the people? Brian, do you have?
And I know present as our all counsel, our 14 jurors have returned to the courtroom. And we are ready to proceed. Sorry, we had to take care of some. So we are ready to continue with the defense's activities.
Yes, the defense would like to call Dr. Dragovic.
Anyway.
You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and that.
He looks like he's going.
I'm Ljushan Dragovic,
Dragovic, Slovenia.
Jovan, last Dragovic.
Thank you. Dr. Dragovic, could you tell the jury what your profession is?
Forensic pathologist and a neuropathologist employed by the Oakland County government.
Okay. And can you just briefly name two subsets of pathology that you mentioned?
Yes, forensic pathology means public pathology. Word forensic comes from Latin word forum, which is a place of public gathering, and in such a way defines the forensic pathologist as a servant to the public, called upon to present evidence and interpret the evidence in any situation that is of interest to the public in opinion to someone's death.
And how long have you been in this particular career practice?
38 years now.
And to become a forensic pathologist, is there any type of school and or training that one must go?
Oh, to be able to read and write, and then get the into medical school, complete medical school, and then complete the specialty training in general pathology or anatomic pathology, which is a minimum of 4 years. And then in my case, I, in my career, prepared for an academic position in neuropathology. So I got that training in a subspecialty. And then by play effects and miracles, I was awarded Russell S. Fellowship Award in 1986, which to remember is a first Russell Fisher Fellow in forensic pathology and integrated the research activities of various medical centers around, including the NIH, Georgetown University, University of Maryland, Johns Hopkins. So that's how I got
It
into
is very
this.
hard.
And the good man,
Much
late
harder to
Dr. Werner
sit than it is
Spitz,
for me to
back
lay
in
down.
1987,
My pain level is pretty high.
invited me to join him in this office to work in Detroit.
My left butt cheek hurts all the time.
I'm sorry.
Oh, I don't know what's on my shirt.
Serving in different capacities as assistant medical examiner.
I have a ball that I sit on.
For the office and for the Wayne State University. And for a period of 4 months, I was acting chief medical examiner. Back then I
I wonder what's in that FedEx envelope. It must be the autopsy.
In the beginning of 1991, and I've been there since, working in the capacity of chief medical examiner, chief forensic pathologist. It's a dual appointment, very peculiar to any government in the state of Michigan. And this is my 34th year running.
Okay. And as a chief medical examiner / chief forensic pathologist, what are some of the duties that you do in those positions?
Primary duty is being responsible for the operation of that government agent. Work there in domain of medical legal death investigation, together with 4 other forensic pathologists that whose work I oversee, and a number of investigators and other support administrative personnel. So we are enforcing one law, the State Medical Examiners Act, which is basically the requirement to investigate any sudden, unexpected, violent, or suspicious death that occurs in the territory of Oakland County.
So when they break for lunch today, I actually have to break for lunch today.
Establish the
My
cause
mother-in-law's
of death, the manner in which case, present that evidence in the court of law,
Sorry,
interpret the
I
evidence,
can't hang out.
and that's the only
Hi, Kirsten. I was wondering where you were.
law that
I was like, I need you to translate this guy.
Independent part of law enforcement in Oakland County.
Okay. And the skills that you use as being the chief forensic pathologist in Oakland County,
His name is Dr.
are
Drakovic,
they make
I
up
think.
on the fly, or are these skills that are commonly used in the field of forensic pathology?
From Transylvania. I don't know.
Oh, I assume you're talking about professional skills,
Yes.
because the basic skill in running a busy agency is patience,
I know.
and that you can't learn from professional exposure. You have practice.
Yeah, I'm going to give you a tardy slip. Don't be late again.
The
Maybe kicked off the
convoluted,
team.
complex way to come and establish the truth in many cases.
He's a
and,
forensic
in some
pathologist.
instances, review cases from all over the place and find the errors that bring back the truth, because we're all in my opinion, in the line of unlearning what is untrue. And that's the basic skill. The professional skills are established through the professional upbringing, through the training in medicine, general medicine, training in pathology, training in subspecialties that I mentioned before, which I am board certified.
And have you ever testified in a court of law as an expert in forensic pathology?
Yes. So that's pretty much a thing. I've been away for a couple of weeks, but before that, a couple of times, and within 3 weeks, several times in court. So it is a daily or weekly obligation, depending who requests my presence or who submits the subpoena.
Okay.
To address the issues that are of interest to the public.
Have you ever been declined to testify as an expert in forensic pathology in any court?
No.
Okay. Judge, I would like to have Dr. Dragovic testify as an expert in forensic pathology, and I'll pass to counsel for any voir dire.
No objection, Your Honor.
Then this witness's testimony will be accepted as an expert in the field of forensic pathology. You may continue with the work that you did.
Thank you.
Now, Doctor, you indicated one of the requests of a forensic pathologist is to determine the cause and manner of death.
He's correct.
Could you explain to the jury what that means, cause and manner of death?
The body, examining the inside of the body, the organs within the body cavity, and correlating those findings and offering a demonstrable evidence for that. People die of heart attack, people die of their brain being bashed by 2x4, or by being shot, being stabbed, being strangled, being sustained injuries in a traffic collision. So all of those things are documented in the process of examination, and opinion is rendered about that manner. And of course, the evidence is presented subsequently in the court of law for the jury to be assessed by the trier of fact, so to speak.
And Doctor,
The manner of death,
I'm
I'm sorry, I did not. But the manner of death is how death came upon a person. It considers the physical circumstances that surround a particular death. And if the death is a result of physical functioning outside of the body, that is considered an unnatural death. And if the particular death comes as a result of forces from within the body, the degenerative processes, hardening of the coronary arteries or other arteries in the body, infections and or tumors and problems inherited or not inherited health-wise, that would constitute a natural death, but that has to be established. Then, as the unnatural categories, there are homicide, suicide, accident, and undetermined. Undetermined is basically where there is not enough information to be defined and presented in a logical fashion. So those cases that are deemed undetermined are left open, quote unquote, until further discovery or add-on information becomes available that can be factored in. Now, homicide is a category of death where death results from purposeful act of another person or persons. So they had to be a demonstrable purposeful act. For example, someone taking 2x4, bashing someone's head, someone having a sharp instrument, thrusting into the body. That's flat. There is someone shooting someone, loading a gun is a purposeful act, pointing a firearm in the direction of someone is a purposeful act, pulling the trigger is a purposeful act. So all of those purposeful acts are critical and factored in determination of the manner of death. If this is a situation where purposeful is ended by self and self only, then it constitutes a suicide. If anyone else is involved in that quote unquote suicide, it's not a suicide anymore, it's a homicide because it's a purposeful act of another person that is considered, regardless whether this is socially acceptable or not. Of course, in accidental
Dang it,
cases
Kirsten,
where
it was more fun when I
untoward
thought he
effects
was
of someone
from
acts or actions
Transylvania.
result in someone's death. For example, driving at a high rate of speed and not seeing a pedestrian crossing.
He's a forensic
hitting,
pathologist.
that person and causing multiple injuries would be classified as accidental death. However, if a person
He's much more
has,
detailed and less condescending than the
purposeful
medical
act
examiner. She was a witch.
in mind by pinning down someone that they don't like to the wall with the vehicle or something along those lines, that constitutes homicide, obviously. Acts of nature, volcanoes, earthquakes, tornadoes, all of those things are considered, including wild animals activity, are considered accidental deaths when death occurs as a result of mauling or earthquake or flood or situations caused by nature.
Okay, thank you, doctor. And were you recently analyze some evidence concerning the death of Samantha Woll?
Yes, I was provided the autopsy report, two toxicology reports, and some photographs, autopsy photographs in the form of PowerPoint, and I was provided a scene of death, or a scene of death, basically photographs as well, and the police report.
Okay. And after reviewing these evidence, different photographs and toxicology reports, did you provide or prepare a draft report summarizing your opinion of the circumstances surrounding this case?
I prepared a kind of half report, not a complete report. I needed some more information, primarily from C to a detailed report. So that was it. It was an informal communication that I forwarded to you, just so because I came to a knowledge about this matter approximately a month and a half ago or so.
And you provided that communication, would you say, with June the 12th, would that be accurate? Okay.
That is accurate. So it's just before I left the country.
And when you stated that, in your opinion, the autopsy was incomplete, could you, I guess? No,
he said it.
I'm sorry. Did you state that the autopsy was incomplete?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Could you explain what you mean about the autopsy being incomplete?
Say it.
Well, we're dealing with here in the investigation of homicidal death, where there were multiple stab wounds. In none of these stab wounds, there is an associated description, but specifically was injured to cause the bleeding from the tissues, whether there were vital organs injured, whether there was a major blood vessel injured. There was no depth of penetration established and reported in the report. In one, there is an indication that there was injury to the voice box, and there is a comment about aspiration. But instantly, there is no finding addressing what actually happened with the voice box and where is this evidence of hemoaspiration. Because everything else was normal, the event was normal, the lungs were normal. There was no of the brain in this case where there was penetration of the knife through the left side of the back of the head that went clearly through both the skull and the hard coverings of the brain, and there was evidence of penetration into photograph was not provided, and there was no explanation of that type of injury, because that injury, if what happened is, and I can anticipate that because of the degree of penetration of the knife there in a picture of the inside of the skull, was something significant. Whenever the cortex of the brain is injured, there is a question of loss of consciousness. And loss of consciousness played a role in the mechanism of death, I believe, played a role in the mechanism of death of this individual. So I cannot, I mean, let's face it, there is a diagnosis of a cause of death, multiple stab wounds. That's fine. I can agree with that. The manner of death is homicide. But what happened to this young lady that underwent this horrible situation? What actually happened? That is a missing interval that I cannot reconstruct from what I received as the autopsy report generated. And that's why I could not further elaborate on anything there.
Okay. Now, you stated there, in your opinion, could be a loss of consciousness. Based on the limited you were provided, could you opine on whether or not, if there was a loss of consciousness, could consciousness be regained prior to death?
It is possible because this is a localized injury. But that the brain is described as, the brain doesn't, the description is clearly indicating normalcy. So I cannot comment beyond that. But if the brain is injured, as I believe it was injured in the back of the limbs, it would have been the cortex, and that could reach of consciousness. Because of the limited injury, the consciousness could have been regained over a period of time. Because in none of these stab wounds, there is an established source of massive active bleeding. And then there is an indication that the victim was injured inside the house, and then subsequently the victim was found outside of the house at the near the entrance of that apartment.
Okay, and you also stated that there was not any calculations of the depth of the wounds. Is that something that is maybe important to do in analysis?
Well, the depth of penetration is one aspect that needs to be addressed, because it certainly helps define, or may help the through and intensity of the body.
You.
That's the importance of it. Furthermore, the depth of penetration entails analysis of the surrounding tissues. What is bleeding there and at what rate? Because there is a big difference if there is carotid artery, for example, severed. It was not mentioned anywhere in the report, which would be massive bleeding and rapid exsanguination, or multiple stab wounds that create bleeding over a long period of time. And that long period of time, depending on all of these details and circumstances, can take from many minutes to.
Oh no, I noticed
maybe
you were gone
couple
for a
of hours.
while.
So this is the problem with this report, and I'm obliged to share where the shortcomings are, because everybody has to make a decision on the basis of information or lack of information.
Okay, you stated that there was no information about any, I guess, penetration of the carotid artery. Was there any, I guess, documentation or language contained in the autopsy that suggested that any type of, I'm sorry, artery or vein was penetrated?
No major blood vessels had been commented upon. It's only that the voice box, it's referenced as larynx in the report, but it's a voice box that apparently voice box was injured from the neck injury, neck stab wound. And then there was some hemoaspiration, meaning aspiration of blood, but that was not, the photograph of that was not available. The lungs are deemed as normal. So if there is hemoaspiration, if someone is bleeding into the upper airway and brings blood into the lower airways, there is a particular pattern that is to be noted, described, and defined. What is in essence omission is that never, there was no submission of histologic material, histologic sampling of any of the vital organs, or any of the injured organs. There's no histologic sampling of the lungs. There is no histologic sampling of the brain, so we can see that if this victim survived for a number of hours, let's say, it would develop encephalopathy. And that is a diagnosis that provides the information to define the jigsaw puzzle of this case. So the things that bother me as a forensic pathologist at seeing something like that, a case like that, a situation that deserves a very detailed investigation. Very detailed, because the devil is always detailed. Pardon. Yeah.
Review of the
Devil's in the details, y'all.
police reports and all the evidence that was presented to you. Did you see any mention of any type of, I guess, suggested knife that could have been used?
I cannot make a definite comparison of any kind, because the matching of the knives. Apparently, there were some knives there. There were knives at the scene, but the scene was not identified with particular instruments that might have been used in this assault.
Okay. Were you able to review any toxicology reports?
Yes. The toxicology report, there were two toxicology reports, as a matter of fact. It was, I'm not mixing up things on. So please bear with me for just a second. There was a report that on November 4th, and the report is November 4th. The report from the from November 4th
Yeah, he's
shows
the
some
defense
psychotropic
called him.
medication and some cannabinoid, the report on
He's helpful because he's letting them know,
November 24th include the gamma hydroxybutyric
and he has
acid.
way more
This is the,
experience than
GHB, or
the Detroit
in the
medical examiner.
again a psychotropic medication that is
Date rape drug.
date rape drug.
Yes.
And of course the previously detected psychotropic medications. So those is also taken into consideration. I don't know that that has been further addressed by anyone. So I mentioned that in my so-called report.
Okay, and as part of your duties as a forensic pathologist, do you have a toxicology report to make any type of determination of possibly a cause or manner of death?
That is the integral part of death
Very.
investigation. And toxicology report is significant information. It is positive for certain chemicals that should be further analyzed or be cause for further investigation of the circumstances that surround someone's death.
Okay. And did you find this toxicology?
Well, it is abnormal. There may be an explanation for everything, but I don't have the explanation. I'm reading the report, and the report obviously includes some mood-altering psychotropic medications, and including cannabinoids, which are basically marijuana, and then the and I would like to know.
Now, the levels that you saw, could they be just naturally occurring in the individual?
That's the whole problem. The interpretation of the presence of gamma aminobutyric acid is to be done purely in view of the potential of endogenous production. On the other hand, the other psychotropic medications like zolpidem, like bupropion, and cannabinoids are obviously taken from they're not endogenous production.
Okay. Now, as part of a forensic pathologist, I guess, purview of abilities, could yourself, if you had a particular knife and you had doing an analysis on the body, could you possibly try to compare the wounds on the body with a potential knife to see whether or not this knife could have caused those kill wounds?
Well, that's the ideal process. And if knife is or suspected knife is brought in and checked against the findings, established the established dimensions of the wound, particularly the depth of penetration, it all ought to make sense. These are, I did not see any reference to that being assessed.
Now, as far as some of these, I guess, psychotropic drugs and possibly this GHB, would they possibly have any type of effect on blood pressure in the body?
Well, not necessarily a pressure. They are mood altering. They have the capability of a person. They might be for a reason. I'm not sure why cannabinoids were there because I don't see a reason, but maybe to calm down the person. These are in the general area of central nervous system depressants. So they would be like slowing down the person, but not necessarily affecting significantly the blood pressure under any circumstance.
So do you think they would have any effect on possibly the rate of which blood would flow out or individual would bleed out if they were ingesting these type of substances?
I don't think so. I don't think so. I don't think that they can be correlated with actual of bleeding or exsanguination. That is most likely the situation here. Of course, we don't have any information from the lungs, because if this person, this victim, aspirated enough blood, it can shut down the lungs before the actual exsanguination occurs. And shutting down the lungs is eliminating vital function and bringing about death.
Okay.
So that might have interfered with the length of agony that this young lady suffered from the point of being hurt to the point of her demise.
Okay. And based upon your review of the crime scene photos and your limited knowledge of the autopsy, the limited information contained in the autopsy report, and can you make any opinion on how long a person could have lived with those type of wounds and injuries?
Without these specific details of body reaction to wounds, there is no difference there. So if there are no major vessels involved in any of these injuries, the bleeding might have been slow, but there might have been loss of consciousness early because of that wound to the back of the head that went through the actual skull, and there is a photograph of that. So there might have been a bit of unconsciousness, maybe being impaired consciousness, barely being comatose, but impaired consciousness, where there is obviously evidence of the body of the victim changing positions on the from inside outside. I know resting, but it is being outside of the building.
Thank you, doctor. No further questions.
You're welcome.
Good morning, Doctor.
Good morning, sir.
There was some reference to toxicology. I want to start with that. I'm going to hand you what's been admitted as Exhibit 23. Can I approach, Your Honor?
Thank you, sir.
You see the toxicology report that you're holding?
Oh, I'm sorry. The report was March 22nd, and the last report was saying November 24th, but the actual November 4th, I believe, in my. Oops. I'm sorry.
Did you review this report that's been admitted as Exhibit 23?
No, I don't have that one.
So you don't even have the toxicology report that is the most recent toxicology report that was admitted at this trial?
What's the date?
No, I received two.
Okay, so you your toxicology reports and not the latest one.
Which are probably the closest toxicology reports.
Obviously, these are two different documents because they had different dates.
Could you if you look at Exhibit 23, you see the level for GHB that says 8.3 micrograms per milliliter. Is that correct?
Yes.
And if you go down to paragraph 5 on A3, you see where it's micrograms per milliliter in refrigerated NAF preserved post-mortem blood even with no antemortem exposure to GHB. Do you see that?
Yes, yes.
You have no reason to doubt that, correct?
No, I actually supplied 2 articles about endogenous production that are attached to my so-called draft of the report.
Okay, and this level of 8.3, that's much less than that 80 micrograms per milliliter that is commonly observed as even being endogenous plus
Yes.
GHB, correct?
Yes, sir.
Just to be clear, you came involved in this case, you said about a month and a half ago, is that correct?
Roughly, I think it was sometime in May. I don't remember.
The case started on June 10th.
I was that because I needed some assistance, and I said, well, this is all I can do.
Okay, and you provided a draft report on June 13th, is that correct? That's the date of your draft report?
Yes,
And that was after this trial had already started?
nothing to do with the trial. It has something to do with me being busy and going away. So I just provided what I thought at the time, and I still don't think much more than what I.
Your big conclusion in your draft report was, quote, all of the above listed issues contribute to the complexity of the case, the answers to which may or not be available to the trier of facts. Hence, given my time constraints to generate this communication, I may have many more questions than actual explanations. Is that
Yes,
correct?
sir. Exactly.
Okay. And so you didn't do the autopsy in this case.
Correct.
You have some set of information from the defense attorney, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that defense attorney is paying you to testify today, correct?
No, he's not. He's not paying me. I'm not getting anything for this. My government will submit the bill for my time in court, but no penny goes to me. I do all criminal cases pro bono, sir.
Okay,
I review criminal cases pro bono.
fair enough. But they didn't even give you the updated toxicology report to review in this case?
You mean this copy? No,
Correct.
I did not get it. I came back 2 days ago, so I don't know.
And you didn't ever communicate with Dr. Nicole Kroon, who actually performed the autopsy?
I don't know.
You never picked up the phone to call her to ask her about her measurements of the sharp force wounds?
They were not in the report.
But you never called her to discuss her findings?
She didn't put them in the report.
Well, that's correct. I wasn't even in the country for the past 2 weeks. So you know, and if there was an indication that the information was available.
I'm just asking, yes or no, you did not contact.
No, I don't even know that lady. Well, I presume it's a lady forensic pathologist. I don't know
Okay,
who
and
she.
you were aware that you could have been inside the courtroom when she testified on June 13th, the same day that you issued that draft report.
No, he was not in the country.
I was tied up in court in different places.
Okay, did you ever review you're aware that this case has been streamed online and it's broadcast on a daily basis, is that correct?
I don't know. I was in France, sir. I came back on Sunday.
But you never reviewed Dr. Kroon's testimony?
No, sir.
And it sounds like your conclusion is that these injuries that the victim sustained aren't actually that serious. Is that how I'm understanding it?
Absolutely not. The injuries stand as a cause of death. But how death occurred and whether there was
How long?
exhalation resulting from these injuries that would allow this victim to be alive for a number of many minutes and possibly many hours. That's the whole problem. That you need when you are assessing the process of dying, the process that leads to someone's death based on autopsy. You have to keep that in mind. How long did it take? What happened? in order to provide sensible answers, because these are important issues, and I don't have the answer for that because of the limited information that is provided through the autopsy report.
Thank you.
But you don't have any basis to reject the conclusion that no major artery was damaged as a result of these sharp force wounds. Is that correct?
I cannot comment on it because there is no mentioning of any major artery.
Okay, and there's no mention of any brain tissue being damaged, correct?
That's the thing, where there is penetration of the skull, and you can see in the PowerPoint system of presentation of autopsy findings that there is direct intrusion beyond the inner table into and through the covering of the. There is no way that there was no nick on the brain in that area, in the back of the left occipital lobe of this lady's brain. So, one thing leads to another, and you have to have an integrated approach to everything to look why is that so or why it is not so. And with gaps in information, you cannot connect, and you're left with a inconclusive situation.
Okay, but you're saying you have gaps in information that make it hard for you to reach conclusions. Is that correct?
In this case, yes.
Okay. But yet you testified on direct, it sounds like your testimony is that you believe it's possible that the victim could have lived for hours
Yes.
after these wounds were inflicted?
Yes,
It's a possibility.
it is.
You agree that's highly speculative?
Anya?
It's highly speculative because there is no information that would delineate the time that of survival of this victim. That's the essential problem in this case. In my opinion, because from what I've looked at the case, that is the essential problem.
But how is it that you would scientifically determine the interval of survival from the time?
I said Transylvania, Kirsten.
By examining microscopically the tissue of the brain, because if the excessive loss of oxygenation of the brain and you have a picture of an oxykencephalopathy, you see, I'm trying to integrate a little bit more because I have a subspecialty in neuropathology, sir, and I've done a lot of these cases in such a way. You have to correlate everything. You have to. It's an obligation. It is an obligation, professional obligation to do that.
But you would agree that in this draft report that you provided us on June 13th, that you didn't say anything about the victim possibly surviving for hours after these wounds were inflicted.
Can I say many minutes somewhere?
Yeah, you said many minutes.
Many minutes, yeah.
And you said might.
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 Oh, yes,
Because
might.
you're speculating,
And-
correct?
Well, I was not there, sir. I could only be certain 100% had I been there. Had I been there, I would have hopefully prevented this whole thing from happening. I mean, this is.
So let me get this straight.
Yes, sir.
You have issue with the medical examiner's report in this case by reaching conclusions based on insufficient information. Is that fair to say that that's your issue with her report?
Or by not allowing anyone, I would like to see or hear anybody stating something very specific based on the information provided in the autopsy report. And I don't know if anyone came up and concluded something very specific.
But your testimony today is you reaching conclusions based on next to no information, correct?
No, sir, I could not reach specific conclusions because of lack of information.
So you can't reach specific conclusions in this case, correct?
Well, that's what I stated right from the beginning. And then if I cannot, I wonder how other people could, because they need to have something to make a decision on the basis of.
But you understand the the decision in the autopsy report was to decide the cause and manner of death, correct?
Yes, but also to provide as much information as possible, because they had the body and they clearly state at the bottom, no microscopic samples.
I
were
don't know if
taken.
he's or not, but he
Why?
sounds like it.
In a case like this, it would have been very, very significant information, allowing for some conclusions.
Okay, thank you, doctor. I don't have anything further.
Yeah, you
You're
got to
welcome,
stop,
sir.
dude, because you're burying yourself.
Yes, just briefly. And doctor, the purpose of an autopsy report to be as detailed as possible?
Yes, we have the standards, national standards for forensic autopsy performance. And they clearly indicate that maximum information that can be obtained should be obtained from from an opportunity to examine the body, because you are in a position to examine the outside of the body and examine the body cavities and the organs within the body. And ancillary studies like microscopic evaluation of tissue is the standard in diagnostic pathology.
And when you made your opinion, did you use not only the autopsy report, did you also use scene photos
But
and the police reports when you make your opinion?
I used everything that I had, but I did not make a definitive opinion other than agreeing cause and the manner. But the cause and the manner of death is not all that is at stake in this matter.
Okay. And doctor, I would just like to show you People's Exhibit number 22, photograph 29. And doctor, were you able to ever view this particular photograph?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And when you were making reference to there being some type of stab wound to the back of the skull, were you referring to this particular view?
Yes, there were two stabs to the back of the skull, one more closer to the top of the head and one down lower on the left side. And there is another stab wound at the bottom of the back of the neck, or at the top of the left upper back.
Okay. Thank you. No further questions.
Any, Dr. Frost, any questions from the jury? Thank you, sir. You may step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Come back around behind the bench, quickly. And, Ron, any further witnesses for the defense? Or do you need to take a-
Maybe 5 minutes, yeah.
Okay, let's take 5 minutes, so you can make a decision if you're gonna call any more witnesses. So let's just send the jury back to the jury room for a moment.
All right, jury.
Okay, so he's basically saying that they incompleted the autopsy. They didn't follow the rules of an autopsy because clearly Detroit just rushes through autopsies because they have such a high murder rate. But now in 2023, I will say that they had a lower murder rate than they've had in the past, but they're so used to just, shoving them through like a revolving door that's just how they do their autopsies. So there's no checking the checker. There's no just really doing a thorough autopsy. And I mean, I can't believe that they wouldn't, or that they didn't compare any knife, or they did sort of, those knives that they had, try to compare knives to the hoodie, but none of those knives match. So I don't understand. They didn't look at any of her other knives in the kitchen. They didn't look at any, they're just looking at pocket knives, and pocket knives are not that big. So a pocket knife wouldn't have done that. and her toxicology also didn't show any alcohol in her system, I guess. So I guess she didn't really drink at the wedding. I would say that if she had alcohol in her system, that would make a big difference, because that would make you bleed out pretty quickly, actually. Because anytime you go get a tattoo or anything, they tell you don't drink because you will bleed a lot. So if she had alcohol in her system, that would make her bleed out a lot. But as the medical examiner said, she didn't check her lungs, or she said it wouldn't have mattered. It would have shown her anything different. So I don't know what that's all about. He's saying that knife wound in the skull had to have hit her brain or a part of it. So now I wonder. I can't wait to get all this information. Well, I hope the jury is not desensitized. I mean, I hope the jury can see what the heck is going on. I hope this isn't the last. I guess we're going to find out if this is the last day. They're going to be doing closing arguments today. Yeah, we're here. We are here, Kirsten. Trying to see if they're going to call any more witnesses. I bet they do closings today. This is going to be... Woo, I'm nervous, y'all.
Back on the record, very much, Jackson. I know all parties present.
Yes, the defense calls Monica Rosen to the stand.
Or affirm to tell the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Thank you. People
the mic a little bit closer to you, please?
Sure.
State your name and spell it for the record.
Monica Rosen, Monica, Rosen, Rosen.
Good morning.
Morning.
What is your relationship to Samantha Woll?
Samantha was my sister.
Okay.
Oh,
And have you been over to her house before?
Yes.
Okay. Does Samantha require individuals to take their shoes off at the door when they come inside her house?
No.
Okay, so you would go over her house.
I'm going to take them out of habit.
Okay. If you pick them off out of habit, would you be barefoot? Would you have socks on?
It depends on the weather.
Okay. And as far as you know, she didn't request others to do that. That'll be their choice.
yeah, her
That
sister.
would be their choice,
Okay.
most likely.
Do you know if she had a preference of whether or not people took their shoes off?
I don't recall.
Okay. You had an opportunity to speak to detectives in the investigation of this case, correct?
I did.
Okay. You and Samantha were since your sisters, correct?
Sure.
Okay. And you about sometimes individuals she knew in her life, correct?
She did.
Okay. And she mentioned an individual by the name of Aaron Pergament, correct?
She did. She knew him for a very short time.
Very short time. Okay. And you, based on your conversation with Samantha, you in fact told Detective Aaron Pergament the stalker of Samantha Woll, correct?
When I was interviewed by the detective, it was hours after my sister was murdered. I threw out many words very casually because my state of mind was not how I normally exist in the world.
Okay.
I was in extreme shock, and I said he was a stalker. I had absolutely no basis for saying that whatsoever.
Okay.
I'd never even met him before.
Okay. You didn't use that same phrase in reference to other individuals that you mentioned to detectives. Would that be fair?
I did not.
Okay.
You have to understand, my sister loved by many people. She met or she knew their entire and also really liked her. And that's what I was telling the police. I
Okay.
wanted to be as cooperative as possible.
Absolutely. And you were trying to help them in their investigation, correct?
Correct.
And at that point in time, you went through your memory bank of any information that you felt could have been pertinent. Is that true?
Correct. And I also, in that same interview, said he was a very upstanding person from what I had heard about him.
Okay. But you mentioned that he was a stalker more than once during that interview, correct?
I did. And again, I said extremely casually. I meant absolutely nothing by it. All I meant was that I knew that he liked her and he would text her, and I did not know how my sister felt about him.
Okay. And you knew they were conducting a criminal investigation, correct?
I did. I've never spoken to the police before for any reason whatsoever. So
Okay. Would you agree that calling somebody a stalker is a pretty serious accusation?
in hindsight, again, this was hours after my sister was murdered, and I was living a nightmare. And so whatever frame of mind I had at that time was completely different from what I would do on a normal day.
Okay. Did you ever contact that same detective to supplement your report and say, Detective, I apologize on what I said about Aaron Pergament. I want to set the record straight. He's not a stalker.
I talked to the detective many times, and I don't recall if that specific sentence came out of my mouth.
Okay.
Props, I guess.
Man, did you know your sister to have any enemy, anybody who wanted her?
Not at all. Again, my sister was the epitome of good. She was incredibly well liked by everybody, and she had no enemies to my knowledge.
And when you're sitting with these detectives, was this on October 21st? What was your frame of mind at that?
I was living my worst nightmare. It was the worst day of my life. My sister, my best friend, was just murdered viciously. And again, I wasn't myself. I tried to help as much as possible. I talked about a lot of people that she had come in contact with. And I threw out words very casually, which, I had no basis to use those words.
Do you have any reason whatsoever to believe that Aaron Pergament was a stalker?
Not in the slightest. Aaron Pergament, I've subsequently met, is a very kind, respectful, upstanding human being.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Can you redirect?
Just briefly, did you know whether or not your sister gave Aaron Pergament a key to her apartment?
I do not know, but I do not think she did.
No, okay, but you don't know, correct?
I do not know
Okay.
specifically.
Thank you. No further questions.
Anything further?
No, Your Honor.
Any questions from the jury? Thank you, ma'am. Let's get down.
Thanks.
You next witness?
Oh, the defense would like to call Brett Foreman.
You know what to do?
Yes. Maybe the defense is going to call all the witnesses that the prosecution should have called. I've been waiting to figure out this Brett Foreman person.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. Take a seat. Good morning, sir. Please state your name and spell it for the record.
My name is Brett Foreman, BRETT FOREMAN.
Thank you, sir. You may proceed with your questions.
Thank you. Hello, Mr. Foreman.
Hello?
You were aware of the death of Samantha Woll, correct?
Yes,
Okay. And at some point in time, you had an occasion to speak to Lydia Bates about.
did.
Okay.
Who's Lydia
And
Bates?
during this conversation, you told her if this was you who committed the murder,
Woo!
you would do a number of things, correct?
objection, leading.
On.
I believe I can.
You already, sir.
Well, what did you say?
I might also say, sorry,
Well,
I mean, permission to.
What did you
speak this
say?
As a hostile witness.
There's been absolutely no showing whatsoever that this witness would be hostile.
Prosecutor approach.
Ah. He said. Be right back. My dog is crying.
Now, Mr. Foreman, how did you know Samantha Woll?
I met Sam for the first time in the summer of 2017 in a bar in a mall at a Young Democrats of Michigan event. We were both Democratic political professionals at that time.
Okay. Did you ever express? You had a conversation with Lydia Bates. Did you?
Our call phone conversation a few weeks after the incident.
Okay. Did you express to Lydia Bates that you at one point in time had a crush on Samantha Woll?
I had a unrequited romantic crush on Sam for about half a year, beginning when I met her in 2017, ending around the holiday time that same year.
Okay. Did you ever discuss with Lydia Bates Samantha Woll's murder?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever tell Lydia Bates if you would have committed the murder, you would have left your phone at home?
I don't recall. I don't think so.
You don't think so?
I don't recall any of my exact words.
Okay.
I recall.
Well, I'm not asking your exact words. Did you have some conversation with Lydia Bates where the nature of that conversation was if you committed this murder, you would, one, leave your phone at home? Do you remember that?
I recall both of us speculating about how the person didn't leave evidence.
No. My question is,
Well, I'm objecting. He's received the answer, and again, he's leading. So
permission to treat this as a hostile witness, Judge. He's saying that he doesn't remember the nature of whether or not he had a conversation about the murder of somebody or whether or not he would leave their phone at home. Obviously.
Ask them more questions.
Okay, so you're saying you don't remember whether or not you had a conversation about the murder of somebody you knew on whether or not you would leave your
Well, that's two
phone.
questions. So
Okay.
first question,
Okay.
I don't want to have him answer multiple questions at once.
So do you remember whether or not you had a conversation about the murder of Samantha Woll?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember whether or not you had a conversation about what you would have done if you were to commit the murder to Samantha Woll?
I don't recall that phrasing.
You know, do you recall having a conversation where the nature of conversation was what you would have hypothetically did if you were to commit the murder?
I recall both of us speculating about how someone might have not left evidence.
Okay. Do you remember saying what you would have done personally if you were to commit the murder?
I don't recall using those words.
Do you recall the nature, not the exact words, do you recall the nature of that conversation being what you would have hypothetically done had you committed the murder?
No.
You don't remember that? Okay. You don't remember telling Miss Bates if you committed the murder, you would have purchased a movie ticket with your credit card?
I remember both of us speculating about how people could have appeared to have been someplace else.
Your Honor, permission to treat him as a hostile witness. I'm asking him a very specific question about what he said, and he keeps saying he remembers. Not asking whether or not he remembers him saying it. He's saying he remembers what we said. He's not even directly answering my question.
he's not getting the answer that he wants, so he's trying to lead the witness, and the witness has repeatedly denied the suggestion that he's trying to put forward. There's no showing that this is a hostile witness. He can simply ask open-ended questions and receive the answer.
He's saying he doesn't recall very specific details about whether or not he spoke about the nature of a murder. Obviously, he's being evasive if you wouldn't remember whether or not you hypothetically spoke about a murder.
Counsel, you're actually asking very direct questions. So
Yeah, I am.
What do you want me to say? You already asked the questions in a leading manner anyway. So
No, I asked him whether or not he remembers. I didn't say, you do remember this. That's leading. I asked him, do you remember? Which is a direct question.
okay.
And I want permission to treat him as a hostile witness so I can lead him.
We already are by asking these
Oh.
questions the way you're phrasing them.
Did you also tell Lydia Banks saying that the person who did this had to see the wedding pictures on social media? Did you say that also?
I have absolutely no recollection of saying anything like that.
You have no recollection. Are you denying you said it?
I'm denying recollecting it.
Okay, you deny recollecting it. Are you denying that you said that? Yes or no?
That conversation happened 8 months ago after probably the worst week of my life. The entire month is pretty fuzzy.
Okay. Now, did the death of Samantha Woll impact you?
Severely.
Okay. And you're saying that you cannot remember whether or not you spoke about a hypothetical about killing her. Is that what you're saying? You can't recall that?
I recall speculating with my friend Lydia about how the person might not have left evidence or left misleading evidence.
Okay, but you don't remember whether or not you told Lydia Bates what you specifically would have done in this murder?
Not in such terms, no.
Okay. On what terms do you remember saying what you would have done if you committed this murder?
Like two people who had watched a lot of Law and Order speculating about how to get away with murder, how to not appear someplace you were, how to appear like you were somewhere you were not. Two grief-stricken people wondering why they didn't know more about what had happened weeks after it had happened.
Okay. Do you do a lot of hypotheticals concerning murders on what you would have done in that situation?
When I'm choked and paralyzed with grief, sure.
Choked and paralyzed with grief? Okay. You swore Lydia Bates to secrecy.
No, sir.
You did not? You don't remember telling her not to tell anybody?
Did not and would not have.
Okay. Did you tell Lydia that you should leave your phone away from the scene because the police can trace and track your phone?
No.
You didn't have any conversations about leaving your phone because the police can track your phone?
Only speculatively about how a person who thought they were going to do something illegal could appear not to have been where they were.
Okay. Do you think that's appropriate conversation to have, considering you did have it with, like you say, after the death of who you say made you grief-stricken?
Objection. Whether it's appropriate or not is irrelevant.
I can ask him a direct question, whether or not he thinks it's appropriate. How is that not relevant?
Well, appropriate conversations, rephrase. That's subjective.
I'm asking him how he felt. I mean, it's a subjective question to the witness on how he felt. I'm not asking him, is it an objective feeling that anybody should feel a particular way? I'm asking him specifically how he feels about his actions.
I am confused by your question.
Okay, well, I'll ask again. Do you think it's appropriate for you to give hypotheticals about how somebody could commit a murder in a situation where your friend, what you say your friend, just was just murdered?
That's a pretty straightforward aspect of how you try to figure out how anyone did anything.
Oh, okay.
A person who tries to stop fires from breaking out in a building looks at the building and says, if I were a fire, how would I burn this place down? And then they use that line of thinking to try to make the building harder to burn down. A person who wants to figure out how a killing happened asks themselves, if I wanted to do this horrible thing, how would I have gone about it?
Okay. And you express that. Thank you for saying that. And you express those very opinions on how you would do it to Miss Bates, didn't you?
We speculated together.
So she gave her input too. Is that what you're saying?
We were trying to figure out how what had happened in a way that information was not left behind, that an arrest had not been made yet. We were choked with grief and we were speculating.
Okay, so what you're saying is, just to be clear, are you saying that Lydia Bates also proposed hypotheticals of what she would do? Is that what you're saying?
She speculated as to how it could have been done, why it could have been done, who it could have been done by.
Okay. My question is, did Lydia Bates speculate on what she would have done if she was in that position?
Objection. Calls for hearsay.
So you said that this was a back and forth of speculation, correct?
Yes, I would liken it to two people who've seen a lot of crime drama TV trying to bring what happened.
Did you also speculate on when you went to the movie, one must go buy it with their credit card?
Without exact words, I vaguely remember mentioning that as a way someone could create misleading information about using a traceable financial transaction to make it look at conflicting plans.
Okay. No further questions.
Mr. Foreman, while this occurred, did you go to the Detroit Police Department and give a statement to the police?
I did.
Did you fully cooperate with the police and give a buccal swab of your mouth?
Yes,
And did you give the police information willingly?
I did.
All right. Now, on October 21st of 2023, were you anywhere in the area of 1366 Joliet Place?
No,
Have you ever even been to that address before?
never.
And that early October 1st, did you go around going into cars and taking other people's property?
No,
Did you at any point ever get some stranger's blood on any of your clothing?
no,
Did you ever kill Samantha Woll?
no.
I don't have any other questions.
No further questions.
Questions for the jury? Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
If we can approach.
I mean, Michael turned in his buccal swabs. He didn't match anything.
Your objection?
Well, it's my understanding they now want to call Lydia Bates to inquire about whether or not Mr. Foreman was telling the truth in his testimony. Extrinsic evidence may not be used to impeach a witness on a collateral matter, and that's from People v. Sutherland at 149, Mish App 161. Whether or not Brett Foreman's testimony here in court today was about this conversation he had with with the witness that they want to call, that is a wholly collateral matter, whether or not he's telling the truth. There's been absolutely no evidence that he had anything to do with her murder. The sole purpose of this testimony was to talk about a hypothetical conversation that they had. The witness has testified about that. Now they want to call another witness just to muddy the water and let's have a conversation about whether or not his testimony about this conversation is accurate or not. It's wholly collateral and it's not permissible.
It's not collateral. Like, this is very pertinent to the truth. I thought the prosecutors are about justice. Obviously, I can't see that. It hasn't been shown. For them to say it's collateral, for somebody to hypothetical say that they would leave their phone home. We heard from Agent Martinez, who, as the Afghan in a search warrant, indicated that sometimes individuals leave their phones at home in order to detect, to evade detection.
Did he admit that he said that?
No, he didn't admit he said that. He's talking about, oh, we were talking about some law and order. He didn't say that, oh, I said I would do this if I involved in a crime. He was evading it. He was denying it. He never admitted that he personally said what he would do in this particular crime if he committed this crime, as far as leaving his phone there, as far as purchasing tickets from the movie theater. He's all talking about, oh, this is just some law and order, two people going back and forth, and we are bouncing ideas off each other in an attempt to see who may have done this. And that's contrary. I believe Ms. Bates would testify that that's contrary. She never offered any type of hypothetical. She sat there in horror and fear as he went on for an extended amount of time, saying about what he would do in this particular murder, as far as him parking away from the house, him leaving his phone because his phone could be traced, him buying a movie
Well, his
ticket
fat butt
with
could
his credit card.
in a
So if
run.
they check your
I can tell you
record,
that.
it would look like you're at the movie theater and have your phone in the car at the movie theater. So if they run your phone is corresponding with where the ticket was purchased from. These are very detailed things that could mean that it's definitely a statement against somebody's interest. Because why would somebody have said these particular things after the murder of their friend to one of the victim's friends about how they would do it? And he swore her to secrecy, which he says he didn't. She would testify that he swore her to secrecy, did not mention it. He also stated that he knows nothing about social media on the wedding photo. She would testify that, in fact, he said,
Okay, I've heard enough.
okay,
Call her. But when is she gonna be available?
after lunch.
We're not gonna get closing instructions done this afternoon.
I mean, I didn't. Yeah, I mean, and I guess then we
Well,
can one.
We'll come back at 1.
Okay.
So she's saying they're not going to get closings done today, or closing instructions done today. What does that mean? So that means they're not going to get, she said, closing instructions done today. So they're going to come back at 1. Are you guys' internet working? I'm interested about this conversation. Are you guys interested about this conversation? And apparently, she just sat there and listened to the conversation. So I'm curious about it. Yeah. So I'm wondering what this conversation sounds like. It was a one-way conversation. And it sounds like this is the only witness that left that they're going to call for the defense today. And then they're going to have closing. I don't know if they're going to have closing arguments today or what they're going to do. So I don't know. I think she's saying that she's not going to be able to give the jury instructions today, or it's not going to go to the jury until Monday, regardless, because they have to give their closings. Then she has to give the jury instructions. She has to go over what the jury instructions are going to be with the attorneys. she has to go over that with the attorneys. So that's not going to happen. I can see you, Gwen. So I'm not sure what that means, but yeah. So Monday, which really sucks because I'm going to be flying to Arizona. Dang it. Dang it, dang it, dang it. This is really bad timing. Okay. All right, y'all. I'm going to put like something up on the screen just to have on the screen. Let me see what else is going on YouTube. Because my mother-in-law's here, so I have to go. And I can't play music, as we learned the hard way yesterday, because I got put in YouTube jail. And I don't want that to happen again. Yeah, I can see you. Yeah, so Biden, they are saying he was sick on debate night. They're saying he had travel tiredness. They're saying that, I mean, again, like I work with the elderly, so I know what dementia looks like. I know, and obviously several of us have been through that with our family. So we're not stupid. The man is not well, and it's sad. His wife is horrible. Clearly, she is power hungry, and she wants to stay being in charge or whatever she thinks she is, because she will not just let him drop out. Which is really sad because he is not well. And Trump, I mean, it's not just for Trump, it's every president gets immunity to a certain extent. So it does benefit Trump, but it benefits every president. So I think it's really sad overall that something just happened to my computer. Okay. I was like, what the heck? Okay, now my computer is messed up. What in the schneck? I just disappeared. I have no idea why. Okay, I'm not sure why I disappeared. Oh my gosh, my like I said, my mother-in-law's here, and what is going on with my camera? Now my camera is not showing anything. It's weird. I don't know what's happening. You can hear me. I know, right? It's okay. All right. Well, I'm going to put something on here on the screen just so you guys can have, in case you guys are in and out. Is today no, yesterday was the 2nd. Let's see if there's something I'm allowed to put on here that I won't get dinged for. I'll put Dr. Barry on.
Try to cover it live. Florida allows live cameras. And so I definitely think this one is going to have live coverage. I will not be able to cover all of it live. I will definitely give updates.
I don't know if you guys know Dr.
Depending
Barry,
on what's happening, it might be
down
multiple updates
and stuff.
in that
I'm gonna
week.
leave
It's supposed to
this
be a
on during the
2-week
lunch,
trial with
and I'll
Sarah
see you
representing
guys
herself. I could
at
see it potentially
12
taking
my time,
a
1 your
little
time.
longer. Thank you so much for
I'm gonna
anyone that
go
likes the
hang out with
painting.
my mother-in-law
I have a
and see if I can introduce
an
our dogs
Amazon list,
together.
and so I spend way too much money on
This ought to be
Amazon,
fun, you
and so
guys. Wish me
I
luck.
don't mind sharing anything that I have, like where I ended up getting that from. But this is going to be a whole spectacle because I can see her objecting with "That's not fair." Like, you're making me look bad. Like, I can see her objection being, oh. And I don't think Sarah knows what boundaries is. I honestly think she experiences boundaries as an attack. So she will likely experience the judge doing this as a personal attack against her and not in any way take responsibility for her behavior. The judge was thorough. And so we take a step back in time to go back to Judge Wooten. Okay? Judge Wooten was good and done. And the current judge, Judge Kranek, y'all know me in names, he cited what Sarah was told by him and also by Judge Wooten, and we're gonna listen to it real quick. So let's turn closed captioning on. All right.
Ms. Boone, I read your letter dated August 26, 2023, and your letter dated August 30th, 2023. And just so we're clear, I read all of the letters that you send to the court. Whether I respond or not is based on what's in the letter and whether I'm asked to actually do something that's within my purview as a judge or not. If I understand correctly, you have now decided that you think it would be best, in fact, if Mr. Bankiewicz was allowed to withdraw. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And you understand by him withdrawing.
So Mr. Bankowitz was lawyer number 6. Mr. Hobbs is going to be lawyer number 7. He did not last very long. And then Patricia Cashman. And Patricia Cashman, I think, might have been Sarah Boone's best hope at possibly putting together some type of coherent defense. I think she would have been the best possible thing. Somebody mentioned lawyer, so he's a full-time lawyer. He's a full-time practicing lawyer. So I think he will cover it when he can. And he's in Florida. So now if he takes a few weeks off, so he might cover it. I will definitely watch his coverage. Recovery Addict, yes. And so I watched Recovery Addict review the document that we're going to review in just a second. So he did. So if nothing else, Recovery Addict will be there and playing it. Nice. All right. So Kelly, we are going to read through this document. Okay. So we're going to sit back. Right now, we're just taking we're taking a step back, and then I am going to review what the judge said. We're going to go through the order. It's very thorough, and he does a great summary of Sarah's case and her behavior. What she did for her to now be in the position that she's in now. He does a phenomenal job covering that. And so, but I wanted us to hear what Judge Wooten told her. This was a while ago. This was 9 months ago.
Drawing off to appoint another attorney. Do you understand that?
Yeah.
And that attorney's not standing here, so we're not going to be able to address, and I'll give the state a chance to talk to me as well. But assuming I grant this, we won't be able to address the other issues that were docketed for today, which means I'm going to have to reset your case for a later date. Do you understand that?
I'm not sure what items it is you're speaking of. I haven't received a copy yet of the letter.
So we're having a hearing today in regards to authorization for payment for an expert that your attorney believes he needs to defend you, and the issue about the compensation of that expert, which is why JAC is participating today. I don't know if your next lawyer is going to think that expert's the right person to use, or whether they're going to go a different route after consulting with you. And even if they did, they're not standing here. And once Mr. Bankwitz is out, he's out. He can't argue the motion. So do you understand that?
I fully understand.
All right. Mr. Cacciatore, normally the state takes no position in these issues, but there are limited circumstances when the state doesn't take a position. So are you taking a position on this motion withdrawal, Mr. Cacciatore?
No, this would be one of those times where we would be not taking a position.
All right. So I'm going to grant Mr. Bankwitz's motion withdraw. I'm going to appoint Attorney Winston Hobson to represent Ms. Boone. In regards to the other matters scheduled today, I'm going to take no action on them at this time until Mr. Hobson can, in regards to the motion involving JAC, I'm simply going to take no action on that motion at this point in time until Mr. Hobson has a chance to review it and determine whether he wants to proceed with that motion. I will address the pretrial because today was also supposed to be pretrial. Here's what we'll do. Let me just get my calendar up.
But in this, he pretty much tells her that, yes, she is entitled to an attorney, but she's not entitled to it's not on her to decide what the lawyer does, that the lawyers aren't controlled by her. And once again, she leaves the courtroom after this hearing looking very pleased with herself. Very, very pleased. So now let's go ahead and get to the judge's order. Whew. All right. State of Florida versus Sarah Boone. Order. This cause came before the court on June 28th, 2024. A defense counsel, Patricia Cashman, motion to withdraw as counsel filed on June 11th, 2024. The court, having reviewed the motion, having reviewed the court file, having reviewed the audio transcripts from previous hearing, having considered the positions offered by counsel Patricia Cashman, having considered the testimony offered by defendant Sarah Boone, and having considered positions offered by counsel for state, hereby finds. On March 23rd, 2020, the defendant was charged with second-degree capital M. On February 26th, 2020, wait a minute, I wonder if this date, yes. Okay. I wonder, yeah, so on March 23rd, she was charged. February 26th, a public defender, number one, was appointed to represent the defendant. On March 9th, 2020, the public defender moved to withdraw due to defendant retaining private counsel. And I believe this was the private counsel that her ex-husband paid for. March 11th, 2020, a court order allowing withdrawal was accepted. And so she had a private attorney from 2020 until 2022. On April 18th, 2022, Padilla, that was attorney number, I guess, 2, I guess. But this was the private attorney, moved to withdraw due to irreconcilable differences arising between undersigned and the defendant that have made it impossible for undersigned to effectively represent his client. And this is going to become a theme where each lawyer is either going to withdraw because of a conflict of interest or they're going to withdraw because of irreconcilable differences. This motion was served on the defendant, and the defendant confirmed receipt. See letter dated April 2020 and filed on April 26th. So I'm guessing that that Sarah wrote a letter, probably with all of her complaints. On April 29th, 2022, a hearing was held on Padilla's motion to withdraw. At the time of this hearing, Padilla had been representing defendant for 2 years. Defendant was present for the hearing and was sworn. The court advised Padilla that the court had received a letter from defendant which seemingly objected to Padilla's withdrawal. The court advised Padilla that the options were to not proceed on his motion to withdraw, or provide the court with more information about the irreconcilable differences. Padilla requested an opportunity to amend the motion to address the irreconcilable differences. And then the defendant testified to a lack of trust between herself and Padilla. And so, lack of trust. Okay. On 4th, 2022, Padilla filed an amended motion to withdraw, which supplemented the original grounds. Undersigned's relationship with defendant has become adversarial. The aforementioned adversarial relationship has interfered with undersigned counsel's ability to effectively represent his client, especially preparing for trial. Undersigned appreciates the court providing him with the opportunity to amend his previous filed motion to withdraw. However, after further researching the issue, undersigned, so basically they didn't want to release the details because it might prejudice the client. And so he didn't want to go into exactly what was going on, but he was just like, trust me, based on ethical rules, and those ethical rules are listed here, I can't proceed. On May 10th, 2022, a hearing was held on Padilla's second amended motion to withdraw. Defendant was present for the hearing and was sworn. Padilla advised the court that he had no other choice to file the motion due to ethical concerns. Defendant confirmed that she wanted to terminate Padilla as her attorney, which is, she's going to say she never did that. That's what she said in her last court hearing. But the judge has obviously found a transcript to the contrary. The state expressed concern of a strategy to allow defense attorney after attorney to represent the defendant. Like defense attorney after defense attorney. Oh yeah, like how long are we going to be here? Did we ever think we would get to number 8? Did we ever? The court advised defendant of the state's concern concerning a strategy, a defendant being unhappy with every attorney, and advised defendant about the dangers of self-representation. So this is back May 10th, 2022. Okay. The court appointed the public defender attorney number 3. On June 6th, public defender moved to withdraw due to a conflict. And I think that one was probably attorney number 3 had probably previously represented Jorge. And I've heard the family call him George. So George and a former, the victim in this case. Like we keep, like George Torres. He is the victim in this case. And somebody commented about an interview that his mother did that I had never seen. And so I linked that in the community tab. If you have not heard from his mother, I did skip through because I think it was Court TV. I forget which station ran it. But I skipped through the portion where they play part of the suitcase video and just heard her talking about just how broken they are and just how much she loved him. And this was, I think, a year after his death, and nobody had ever interviewed them. And so this is the one interview that's available that I was able to find. All right. On June 7th, 2022, attorney number 4 is assigned. June 10th, 2022, had to withdraw due to conflict. This was likely a similar situation. On June 22nd, 2022, Mark Cansalo. Y'all me and names. So Mark was appointed attorney number 5. Okay. And then July 8th, he moved to withdraw due to conflict. On July 11th, 2022, Frank Bankowitz, attorney number 6. That was the one that we started with at the beginning of this video. So he had July 11th, 2022. Okay. And on July 12th, 2022, he requested a continuance due to his recent appointment. And then on October 25th, 2022, the court held a pretrial conference and addressed blah, 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 like they do all the things. I'm going to skip some of these things. Okay, because on December 19th, 2022, Bankowitz moved to withdraw due to the irreconcilable differences which have arisen between the undersigned, his client, and his family. What? And his family? His client and his family, the undersigned, will be unable to effectively and properly continue represent the defendant herein. So on December 20th, a hearing was held. Bankowitz did not appear due to being in a car accident. And so they ended up having some different, on December 22nd, it had to be canceled due to virtual, like Zoom mics. I don't know, like he couldn't hear the court. So on December 27th, 2022, a hearing was held on Bankowitz's motion to withdraw. The defendant was present and sworn. The court advised defendant that the court had received letters from the defendant, a letter dated October 3rd, 2022, filed on October 7th. A letter dated October 3rd, 2022, filed November 7th, and a letter dated December 5th, 2022, filed December 14th. The court conducted a Nelson hearing, and defendant was not seeking to remove Bankowitz. Bankowitz advised the court of the thousands of pages of discovery that he had reviewed and organized, and his contact and potential use of collaboration with expert witnesses, including experts that attorney number 2 utilized. Bankowitz advised of the court of defendant's attempts to call Bankowitz at a rate of 5 to 10 times a day. I have to come back to the chat for that one. 5 to 10 times a day. A day. Like what? 5 to 10 times a day? A day. Not a day. A day. Bankowitz further advised of his efforts to balance the demands of other clients and the defendant's expectations for communications. In response, defendant reposed that Bankowitz's representations were untruths. She said he was lying, but that's not. She said they were untruths. She accused him of lying. Raised Bankowitz's prior public reprimands for lack of communication, alleged Bankowitz's actions in this case rose to a similar level, and then sought to remove Bankowitz. So that, I think they bolded that part on purpose. So at first she was like, I want to keep him, but then she changed her mind and she wanted him removed. The court pointed out defendants' inconsistent statements within minutes of them being made and addressed concerns over defendants' motivations, especially when there is something defendant disagreed with. This guy's so good. This guy is seeing exactly what's going on. And I think they needed this judge to do it and not the last judge, because the last judge had been bombarded with letters by her for years. And the same thing is happening with this new judge. Like, and maybe this judge is really good at like, let's go through everything and let's put it all together. Because this took time. This, for the judge to put this together, I think it's 16 pages. He is also showing Sarah Boone how to be concise. That 58-page letter could have been 20. That letter did not need to be 58 pages. Not at all. All right. So the court specifically advised defendant that she is not entitled to an endless line of court-appointed lawyers. And let me start that again. The court specifically advised defendant that she is not entitled to an endless line of court-appointed lawyers until you find the one that you personally prefer. The court also explained the circumstances where defendant could represent herself. Ultimately, defendant did not request to remove Bankowitz. The court denied Bankowitz's motion to withdraw and directed Bankowitz to have a conference with defendant prior to the pretrial conference previously scheduled for January 17th, 2023. The case was continued several times due to Bankowitz's attempts to retain an expert through JAC. And so this was about money. So I think he was trying to get a very specific expert and was having difficulty getting it paid for. During this time, the court had received several letters from the defendant. A letter dated January 10th, 2023, filed on January 17th. A letter dated March 22nd and filed on April 14th. A letter dated April 6th and filed on April 14th. A letter dated May 15th and filed on May 18th. A letter dated June 29th, filed on July 21st. Wow, that's a lot later. And a letter dated August 2nd, filed August 7th. This poor court, whoever's having to upload all this, I feel bad for the person that has to upload all of this foolishness. So even if she objects, it does not matter. So she has the opportunity to pay for a lawyer, and the judge is later going to say that he is not going to extend that whoever, if she does hire private counsel, they have to be ready for trial October 7th. They are proceeding in October. They will not push this off again. Like the judge was very clear that she's been given so many opportunities, and we are now to the end of the line. This will proceed. Sarah, you are not going to push this down the road anymore. Because I said this about the 58-page letter. Was this an attempt to delay the proceeding? Because I don't think Sarah wants to be found guilty. There might be a small part of her that knows that this isn't good. The video isn't good. There's probably a small part of her that knows all of this. And now with her representing herself, she gets all of her discovery. Go on ahead. Here you go, Sarah. Here's all of your discovery. And she might have some notes from the lawyer. So I know in Daryl Brooks's case, some of the questions, it's almost the attorney had kind of jotted down notes and questions that they were going to ask. And it seemed as though Daryl Brooks was using some of those. And she might have access to some of that. But all of those letters, poor judge. On August 22nd, 2023, Bankowitz again moved to withdraw due to irreconcilable differences arising between undersigned and the defendant that have made it impossible for undersigned to effectively represent his client. As always, it is difficult to convey all particulars to the court and at the same time maintain all duties to the client. So he's just like, I can't tell you everything, but just trust me. Trust me, please. I can't do this. And not because like he's not a good attorney. It's just she's unreasonable. Like this, I can't. All those letters can hinder what he's trying to do. And the letters go to the prosecution as well. This was my favorite part. This was my favorite part. The defendant will not be satisfied with any attorney unless said attorney does not have a caseload and can dedicate his or her time solely to Miss Boone's case. And honestly, even if somebody that could dedicate all their time to her case, I don't know that it would be enough. I don't think anything is ever enough. Even somebody that could do all of that. I just don't think so. So this was my absolute favorite because I agree 100%. I'll read it again. The defendant will not be satisfied with any attorney unless said attorney does not have a caseload and can dedicate his or her time solely to Miss Boone's case. And still, like 5 to 10 times a day? The best possible avenue is to have the defendant represent herself as no attorney can satisfy her. No attorney. Why? Okay. So on October 8th, 2023, that's when I kind of I think this is when I took notice of this case and like heard about, researched it and was like, and I think I covered this part way back when. I have some of my old videos linked in the description. Welcome if you're new. I'm Dr. Barry. I'm a licensed psychologist. I cover the intersection of law and psychology. I'm a psychologist. I'm not a forensic psychologist. I'm a clinical psychologist. And so I like to talk about diagnoses and symptoms and breaking mental health stigma. Because while yes, Sarah does seem to have quite a few narcissistic traits, it does seem like she did have a history of a possible alcohol issue. And she likely has some type of significant stressor, significant life event that happened in the past. That does not excuse any of this. Like, this is just too much. And I'm so glad that the judge set a boundary with this. So at that September 8th, 2023, a hearing was held on Bankowitz's motion to withdraw. Defendant was present for the hearing and was sworn. Bankowitz addressed defendant's derogatory statements, calling him a dud, a buffoon, and berating behavior. The court advised defendant that the court had received letters from the defendant, and we went through all of those dates. After a court colloquy of defendant and her acquiescence to Bankowitz's withdrawal, the court granted his motion to withdraw and appointed Winston Hobson, attorney number 7. Hereafter, the court set a status conference for October 30th, 2023, pre-trial conference for November 28th, 2023. After setting these dates, the court pointed out the deterioration of the working relationship between defendant and Bankowitz. The court further cautioned that if this becomes a problem on another court-appointed attorney, I'm going to look more closely at what the alleged disputes are. The court further advised that there are certain decisions the attorney gets to make and certain decisions the defendant gets to make. For example, to go to trial or to testify. So she gets to decide, if she, but like there's certain things that the attorney gets to decide. They just do. And she doesn't like that. She wants complete control, but no control. It's very, very confusing. She goes back and forth a lot because nothing's ever enough. And she just wants success. But and this is a difficult case. This is a very, very difficult case. The court cautioned as to defendant's unrealistic expectations regarding court-appointed counsel and reminded defendant of her right to retain private counsel. October 30th, 2023, status conference was held. Hobson advised as to his conversations with the defendant and set a date of January 2024. January 12th, Hobson filed to continue. January 16th, the court addressed it and moved the dates. On February 1st, 2024, Hobson moved to withdraw due to irreconcilable differences, including but not limited to ethical considerations. On February 9th, 2024, a hearing was held on Hobson's motion to withdraw. Hobson addressed a number of issues as for the basis for withdrawing, including disagreements on legal strategy, on what can and cannot be done, lack of resources, and defendant's demands make her difficult to work with, including defendant taking non-viable legal positions and being unreasonable. That's so accurate. Like she's being unreasonable and she does not want to be told that, but it's like that is feedback. That is true. This is not reasonable. This is the law. This is not, but this is what I want. And that's where her emotional immaturity comes out, where it's like you feel like you're arguing with a toddler. With a toddler that asked for the orange plate, you give them the orange plate and now they want the green. And it's like, your food's already on this plate. Like, no, like this is the one you asked for. And like, and she dealing with somebody like this can feel like dealing with a toddler. And somebody asked me a great question. I'm gonna make myself bigger for this part. So somebody asked me, would I assess Sarah Boone? Do I think she's mentally ill? So I think she is competent to stand trial. I think she is competent to represent herself. I do not believe, from what I know, there's not anything that makes her not legally responsible for her crime. I do not believe there is a mitigating factor that, me personally, now I haven't assessed her, so this is just my opinion. This isn't a psychological assessment. I'm just giving my opinion. I do not believe there's anything for her to not be held responsible for her crime. State of Florida, if you legally ingest a substance, you are responsible for your behavior while you're under the influence of that substance. I think alcohol probably might have made her make some decisions that she normally wouldn't have made. But Hobson is lawyer number 7. Okay. So we are currently at lawyer number 7. We haven't even gotten to Patricia Cashman yet. Okay. Because this is February 2024. This is February of this year. Patricia Cashman comes on. We'll get back to that in just a second. So my outside looking in, based on what's publicly available, I do believe that Sarah Boone likely has a few different things going on. I think she likely has a history of significant alcohol abuse, significant, based on the statements of her ex-husband. It's my understanding that she has a history of being physically aggressive while she's under the influence. And she didn't really hold like stable employment. On the day of this offense, she woke up at like 12 o'clock because she likely drank too much the night before. And when she woke up looking for her Dr. Pepper, or like, demanding her drink, a lot of people speculate if there was something in that drink, like, and they never looked at it, so this is just pure speculation. Or some people will also talk about how sometimes alcohol will make you really thirsty, and for some reason Dr. Pepper, like, that's just something that some people like. So that's a lot of speculation. She does also appear to have some personality characteristics and traits. So Sarah Boone is incredibly entitled. When I say entitled, she thinks she deserves a lawyer to, like, her lawyer has to talk to her whenever she wants to talk to them. No, like, that would be like if one of my clients right now was calling me back to back right now. Now, if there was a crisis, because what they have to do is they have to call 911, they have to call crisis support. I am not available right now. And that's a boundary. In my opinion, Sarah Boone does not respond well to the boundaries of others. Does not respond well to the boundaries of others at all. And a person can be difficult and not have a mental health diagnosis. Okay. So she is both difficult and she may possibly have some mental health diagnoses. I think, once again, going into like substances, she might have like a history of trauma. She might have um some additional traits. The thing that has broken my heart about all of this is she never once seemed to grieve or be sad about the fact that the fact that he was deceased, the fact that he was gone. She never once. Like, it was all about her. Look at how this is affecting me. Look at what this is doing to my life. Look at, like, everything is all about her. And that's what points me back to some of those narcissistic features. I do think she might have just some sparkles, some like, she does some black and white thinking where she either loves you or she hates you. I don't think she's a malignant narcissist like Ali Abulaban. Ooh, we covered that case. Go back and look at my past court coverage if you want to take a look at that case. I have a specific video where I cover why I think he had signs of that. She's a bit more, because like when you first meet her, you might just be like, oh wow, like she really talks about herself a lot. Or like you might not know at first, but like something just kind of doesn't feel quite right. And then you talk to her a little longer and it's like, oh wow, nothing is ever her fault. She doesn't take responsibility for anything. She blames everything on others. Like, and this has become a personality pattern, it seems like, that makes me lean towards some of those types of diagnoses. Individuals in my comments that live with borderline personality disorder, they're like, nope, this is not. We don't know. This is not it. Um, some individuals, I think somebody might have commented that had some narcissistic traits. Like, everybody just kind of wants to, like, oh, Sarah is Sarah. Ugh. Ugh. The part that breaks my heart is she seems to like some of this attention, and that's what happens with individuals with these types of traits. I think she will likely feel persecuted by the judge, persecuted by the courts, but her feelings are not the same as facts. So her feelings are valid. I get why she would feel that way, but she's ignoring her behavior and her actions and what got us to this point. And the judge spelled it out beautifully. She's not going to take this well. She's not a reasonable person, in my opinion. She's just not. She's just not. So personality disorders are in the DSM-5. So when we talk about mental illness, so we all have mental health, okay? And a person can have a mental health diagnosis, and there are different levels of impairment. So I've worked with individuals with borderline personality disorder that have it well managed. And if you met them, you might not, but like if you got into conflict, some traits, some things might kind of come up, but they use their skills, they manage their symptoms, and they're doing relatively well. I come from it from a DSM-5 what is a diagnosis. Um, mental mental illness is sometimes the way that we talk about it. It's when you have a particular diagnosis, which means these cluster of symptoms have met criteria for something. Now, we all have mental health. And like I said, there's a severity. Some people have mild. So some people might have mild clinical anxiety that gets in the way sometimes. Some people might have moderate anxiety. Some people might have severe anxiety that like makes it to where it's difficult to leave the house or it's difficult to do all of these types of things. I hope that helps. Sarah Boone definitely has delusions of grandeur, and I don't think she's even going for an insanity defense. I don't think she wanted the lawyer to bring up her alcohol. I don't think she wants to admit she's probably still trying to say I didn't drink that much. Sarah Boone is probably still trying to be like, probably, I don't know. Like, I didn't when it might have been a defense to say it wasn't intentional because I wasn't 'cause it's up to the jury to decide what the facts in the law how to apply the facts in the law. It's up to the jury. And a plausible defense could have been that she was so intoxicated, but how do you explain the video? How do you explain the video where she's taunting him? Because, I went back and watched portions of her police interrogation, and in that video, she's trying to say that there was, like, a space where he could unzip himself, and that's likely not true. The state is probably thinking that this occurred on the 2nd floor, and because of George's injuries, they're probably thinking that the suitcase came down the steps and that probably contributed to him not being here anymore. And so, I definitely get some personality traits from Sarah. That's just my own personal thing. That's what I get. And uh cluster B diagnoses, and we don't do them in clusters in DSM-5 anymore, but I still think of them in clusters. I was trained clusters, cluster A, B, C. We don't do it, but it's narcissistic, borderline, obsessive compulsive, I want to say, and then also antisocial. I think those are the cluster B. I'm almost positive. All right. I agree that she does not fall anywhere near a mental illness definition for Florida. I agree. She would have to have been like actively psychotic and not aware of her decisions. I I would agree with this sentence that her reckless drunken behavior led to someone else's demise, and it's appearing as though she does not care at all, which is just heartbreaking. It just is. Welcome to everyone in the chat. There's over 1,000 of us here. I think this is one of my largest streams in a while. So thank you, thank you. Thank you very much. And for her, I put the narcissism first. One video, because I forgot. I stepped away from Sarah for a while. I'd stepped away and I kind of forgot. Right now, those narcissistic traits are the ones that I think are getting her in trouble. And then her like excessive calling, the nothing ever being enough. That's where some of her I love you, I hate you, that's where some of that in my mind could come into play. And some people are feeling like she doesn't seem capable of empathy. She is so enamored by her own world. She is the center, possibly her entire world. She in that police interview, she swore on her son's life that she had left a hole. And I don't know that that's true. But I think that was more to get the person on her side, and it was about manipulation. That's where I get more covert narcissistic type traits. That's just how I see. She's very, very controlling, very demanding. All of those things. All right. And thank you. Listen, Dr. Barry, I understand the problem. See, Sarah B has to deal with all these peasants that are clearly beneath her, and she is gracing them with her presence. So, no sense of entitlement at all. Thank you for the snark. Twisted Fire Starter. Thank you, thank you. Yes. Um, I think I've mentioned on another video, so I manage anxiety. I've received, so if you've been to a therapist and used your insurance, you have been given a mental health diagnosis. Most therapists will start with adjustment disorder. Like that's a very common, and that's not like a debilitating mental condition necessarily, depending on how it's, because sometimes adjustment disorder can develop into PTSD. Because let's say somebody has a major crisis that or trauma that happens, for PTSD, the symptoms have to be present for a certain period of time. And so before that period of time, sometimes people fall into an adjustment disorder. So like let's say somebody lost a job, is going through a divorce, or there's some major stressor in their life. Adjustment disorder is a really, really common thing that is diagnosed. I do this, I talk on here to help break stigma with mental health, with mental illness, because we all have mental health. So like we all have emotions. Emotions are normal. They're what make us human. Uh, Everybody at some point in their life might need to talk to somebody. And I wish Sarah had addressed her own things. In my experience, individuals with narcissistic traits or personality disorder, they often don't go to services unless they're court ordered. So that because they're not the problem. Everybody else is the problem. So individuals with that diagnosis, until it gets to a point where it's clear, and if they're able to have some insight to then seek help and take the help and work on themselves. Some people do that. There's a guy with narcissistic personality disorder. It's an African American guy. I think he has locks. Who talks about his diagnosis with narcissistic personality disorder and like how he manages and some tips for coping if you have if you have somebody in your life with that diagnosis. Let me just take a drink. I see a question from Coach Karen. I have a theory about the head trauma he suffered. I believe he went down the stairs in a suitcase. Do you think that that changes your opinion on her personality? No, no. I think she was mad at him. I think she wanted to get him back. I don't know that she wanted him to die. And she's only charged with second degree. She's not charged with first degree, but her reckless behavior, her not caring, because he told her that he could not breathe, that he was suffocating, and she laughed at him. And so I'm very interested to see what happens with this in October. Justice for George Torres. He has 2 children, and I just want them to be able to put all of this behind them. Some people say histrionic personality disorder, and I'm just going to pull up. So sometimes with histrionic personality disorder, that is what, and I think that's where people might get the idea of the attention seeking, exaggerated emotional displays. With Sarah, it seems to be about manipulation and control. And so I have not assessed her. I cannot wait. I think she will have some type of mental health assessment that comes in. I hope that's just my own personal thing. I hope that we're able to hear from somebody that assessed her. So I personally think that Daryl Brooks was worse with his behavior because he not only hurt that one person, he hurt innocent people. And he did not care, in my opinion, about anybody's life. He was impulsive, and it doesn't seem like he feels bad for what he did. And those victims of his crime to have to be cross-examined by him and to see the mockery that he made of the court, for me, his behavior is slightly worse. And so that's where I feel like he's more of a malignant narcissist. That's like you want to like you want to step away from the moment you meet him. With Sarah, you're kind of like, huh, and then it's like, wait a minute. Daryl Brooks is off-putting from the start. Now, I do think he put on a character for that trial because he was completely different in his other hearing. So he had a hearing related to his ex. I don't know if he was trying to get the jury to think he was insane, or I don't know what he was trying to do, but it thankfully did not work. The jury saw through it all. And because he did not engage in that type of behavior any other times. It was just in that one hearing where he represented himself, and he was obnoxious, like just obnoxious, and just it was I watched it. I'm a bit I'm a bit special. And what I mean by special is these things intrigue me because it like opens that clinical side of, wow, I wonder what's going on with this person. Like that's what it does for me. Going back to, would I assess someone like Sarah Boone? So if somebody was court ordered to have an evaluation, I no longer do court ordered evaluations. I don't like them. Like I don't. Like there's always a motivation when the person is coming, and I'm not a big fan of court ordered evals. Forensic psychologists often love them because you're often looking for, is the person telling the truth or not? I've had some people, so as an evaluator, you have to be aware of your bias. And for me, I like to think that people are telling me the truth when they're in treatment. When people are seeking care, I like to think that people are telling me the truth. I'm always aware that they might not be. I'm always looking for collateral sources, all of those things, but there's always that possibility that somebody isn't being completely genuine, and in court ordered evaluations that happens so much more. So I'm not a big fan of it. Um I only think she would get an evaluation if it was court ordered. I don't think she thinks anything's wrong with her. That's the protective nature of narcissism, where in the midst of all of this, her ego, because it's so fragile, because narcissists are not confident. Narcissists are not, like, they're incredibly insecure, but they like puff themselves up with this bravado and like, ugh, they end up doing all these things that ends up making people repel and run, which then they blame all those other people and they don't take responsibility for their actions. And it becomes this vicious cycle. Thank y'all again for being here. Make sure to hit that like button if you don't mind. Dr. Barry reigns supreme. Oh my gosh. Y'all are silly. Um yeah. So there is an OCD personality disorder. So there is an obsessive compulsive, so not OCD person. There is an obsessive compulsive personality disorder. And then there is OCD, two completely different things. So with obsessive compulsive disorder, that is where that often responds to treatment and medication, things like that. With the personality disorder, there are more of these obsessive controlling traits, but there isn't the hand washing. It ends up being a little bit different. Those are two completely different diagnoses. And we don't do axis 1, axis 2, but that's how I used to categorize it in my brain. That's how I was trained. Thank you, Kelly D, for being a member of the Psych Nerds. I remember to put that back. Whoa. I took it down because I did like a thing with somebody, and I forgot to put it back. Welcome. All right, let's see. New subscriber. Yay. It was suggested the other day because I'm a criminal defense attorney. Yay! I'm so glad that you're here. Make sure, if you don't already follow Natalie Lawyer Chick, she's one of my favorite defense attorneys on YouTube. And so her and I collaborate sometimes. And yes. All right. Aw, thanks for educating us, Doc. I'm glad that we're all here. Yay! I don't mind the lurkers. So just so y'all know, like, even if you watch and you're not subscribed, YouTube, that AdSense, it still rolls through, but I really appreciate the subs too. So thank you for being a part of this community. That's how I look at this. If at any point somebody decides to not be a part of the community, feel free to exit. Not an airport. You don't have to announce your departure. That's okay. Lots of people here on the tube. All right. So let's get back to this letter. I'm gonna make myself small again. All right. I take a break. Okay. So we're at February 9th. The hearing was held. Okay. Defendant being unreasonable. As to a key substantive defense, Hobson advised that he had retained the undisclosed expert. Oh, and the defendant did not like it. So I'm thinking it was an expert that was about alcoholism. I think it was like the blackout expert. And I don't know this for sure, but Sarah does not want to be seen as an alcoholic. And once again, I think that's her narcissism trying to protect her ego. I think for her, she doesn't want to be seen as a murderer and as an alcoholic. Those are two things that she doesn't want to be seen as, but like, I think you have a history of overusing alcohol, including like first thing in the morning, and you unalive someone. Like, I know, allegedly, like you're innocent until proven guilty. Okay. Outlined the overriding claims for withdrawal. The overriding claims for withdrawal by Padilla, Benkiewicz, and Hobson, adversarial relationships, lack of satisfaction, and an inability to meet the defendant's desires. The court found that all of the defendant's relationships with all court-appointed counsel had deteriorated such that defendant and the court-appointed counsel could not work together. The court advised defendant that although defendant has a right to court-appointed counsel, that right is not unlimited. The court twice advised defendant that defendant may not be provided another court-appointed attorney and that the defendant would have to represent herself if circumstances similar to Hobson's motion to withdraw occur. The court further advised defendant about the dangers of self-representation due to defendant's lack of legal training and knowledge. She has all the time in the world. Maybe she's gonna, between now, she likes dictionaries. We're gonna see. The court granted Hobson's motion to withdraw and appointed Patricia Cashman. The court is aware of Cashman's extensive expertise representing criminal defendants as both an assistant public defender and in private practice, including representing defendants accused of what Sarah's accused of, and is widely known to be able and willing to deal and manage difficult clients. This is why they saved the big guns for the end. They brought in Patricia at the end to be like, if it doesn't work with her, she's gonna have to represent herself. But Sarah, I don't think Sarah knew this. Or if she did, I don't know. So she doesn't do well with judgment. So sometimes as a psychologist, we take a look at judgment and a person's ability to like anticipate consequences and all those things. This appears to be a skills deficit for Sarah. Welcome, Anne. I'm glad you see her as less BPD. Yes, you had an informal diagnosis and much happier after a right therapist and traits were identified. Complex trauma. I hope that they add CPTSD, complex trauma, as a diagnosis, because less people would get that diagnosis and would get the correct trauma treatment. And some of those symptoms might dissipate, might go away if people get the right treatment. Person has to be willing to do the work. So if a person continued to have certain issues, then BPD might be a good diagnosis for them. But I've seen people with the right supports, with the right therapists, those their initial symptoms that they presented with, those things going away after they end up getting the right help. All of the personality disorders, and that's why they often start in some type of like child
Hello. I don't know what's wrong with my camera. And the trial is not back yet. Hmm.
Is in a position where he can satisfy all the requirements.
Oh no, that was 4 hours ago. This isn't right. Okay. It's back up. We're just waiting for them to get in there. Something's wrong with my camera, but whatever. Y'all don't need to see me. Apparently my camera is trying to touch up my appearance, and it's seeming to take longer than you would think. Apparently my appearance is pretty rough. I had to go get some fresh gummies, and then I had to get some tincture for my dogs to hopefully calm them down for the visit that we're having right now. Oh, poor Michael. I've been trying to like email him, but it won't let me. It gets me signed in and then it doesn't let me do an email. So I'm just going to have to go to the post office and send him postcards. I know, right? My camera's like, look at it. It's just like circling. It's embarrassing. It's like, wow. I didn't realize I was that bad off, but I guess so. I mean, everything's just falling apart over here. I don't know. But if I take my camera off, it mutes me. Then I can't be opinionated.
Are we ready?
Yes.
Okay.
We're ready.
Case number 24000. No, jury's not coming out yet. Calling case number 240000535. People versus Michael Jackson Bolanos. Appearances, please.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Ryan Nelson for the people.
Dominic
Oh, y'all have
Grazia
sent some
on behalf-
postcards. I've got to go
Oh,
to the
Brian
post
Brown on
office and
behalf
do
of
that
Mr.
because
Jackson
it won't
Bolanos.
let me do the email.
Mr. Jackson Bolanos is present as our counsel. Our jury is about to come out. We had a brief discussion about how the rest of this trial is going to finish up and wrap up. Defense is going to call another witness now after lunch, who should be here momentarily. And then we need
I'm
to know if
back.
you
Do I look any
want to
better?
that time or whether
No,
you plan to
didn't think
call
so.
Any of the witnesses after that, including your client, if you wishes to testify or not. So has your client made a decision as to whether he wishes to testify or not testify in this trial?
I believe so. And at this point in time, he decided that he will testify.
He will testify?
Yeah.
Okay. So Mr. Jackson Blanos, raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do affirm and swear.
Okay, you put your hand down. I just wanted to ask you a few questions about your right to remain silent, okay? State your name for the record.
Michael and Will Jackson Bolano.
And sir, you understand as a defendant in this case, you have the constitutional right to remain silent.
Yes, ma'am.
If you choose to remain silent, nothing you say can be used against you, and the jury will be instructed they can't consider the fact you didn't testify while making their decision. Do you understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
You also have the right to waive that right to remain silent, take the stand, and tell your version of facts. Do you understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
And this is a decision only you can make. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Your attorneys can give you advice and counsel, but ultimately you have that decision to make whether to testify or not testify. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Has anyone, and your decision is to testify, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Has anyone promised you anything to get you to waive your right to remain silent?
No.
Has anyone threatened or coerced you in any way to get you to waive your right to remain silent?
No.
This is your own free and voluntary decision?
Yes, ma'am.
And are you satisfied with the advice and counsel that your attorneys have given you with regard to this decision?
Yes, ma'am.
And you understand when you take the stand, you'll be subject to cross-examination by the people.
Understood.
They can use anything that's said in the past or anything out there and question about that. You understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Is there any kind of prior record that may come out?
Your Honor, I believe that there are some crimes involving an element of theft in his background.
Were they in the last 10 years?
Yes.
I just want to make sure he knows
Oh, yeah,
all
yeah, yeah, yeah.
ramifications of
Yeah, we've
testifying.
already talked, yeah.
Yes, Your Honor. It'd be two offenses of receiving, concealing stolen property.
Within the last 10 years?
Within the last 10 years, yes.
So you're subject to being asked about having prior crimes against that involving theft or dishonesty in the last 10 years. So you have to answer that question. Do you understand that? Okay. Your prior record may come out through your cross-examination. Do you understand that? Okay. I just want to make sure you understand what happened during your examination. Make sure you still want to waive your right to remain silent. Okay. Anything else that I covered?
I think you covered it all.
I believe so, Your Honor.
You're all satisfied with the vote here?
Yes.
And you still wish to take the stand?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Then you'll call the other witness when she gets here, and then you'll call Mr. Jackson.
Yes.
After that.
Hopefully she just texted me.
Is she here?
Let me see. Yep, she's walking in now.
Okay. So we'll sit tight for a couple minutes till she gets up here.
Yeah, they just moved him around. I think they didn't he's not like lost his job. He still has a job somewhere else, so for Proctor. Man, I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I don't know if this is the
Just, can we talk about instructions while we're?
Sure. You want to approach and talk about instructions?
Sure.
While we're waiting on that witness?
I don't know how I feel about him testifying just because, like, I don't know. Oh, did they? I didn't see that. Interesting. That's not going to be helpful for the next trial. I don't know how I feel about Michael testifying. Do you think it is? I just feel like the prosecution is going to make him look stupid and uneducated. And Yes, he is, Jimmy. Welcome. He is fighting for his life. At the end of the day, you're right. He has, what does he have to lose? But I think that sometimes I think like I would testify on my own behalf because yes, Michael's going to testify. Sometimes I feel like if it were me, I would have nothing left to lose, right? Because I'd be fighting for my life. So like what else do you have to lose if your life is on the line? So I agree. And now that he's seen all of this evidence against him, which is not, and I use that term loosely, all of the evidence, because they have zero evidence other than what I believe is cross-contamination on his jacket. I don't think that's real evidence. I think that there is some cross-contamination that happened because they didn't have that until well after. Yeah, he's going to testify. I mean, he's got to be able to tell his side. None of those interrogation videos was he able to really tell his side. He was being told what he was doing that night. He wasn't being able to say anything. It was just a merry-go-round of like them telling him what he was doing, and he was like, okay, like I was walking, I was this, I was that, but like he wasn't able to really explain anything. They were really just telling him what he was doing. So I think it's only fair that he has an opportunity to speak up. I mean, just listening to his jailhouse calls, it's so disheartening and so sad to hear him, because like he said in his calls, he's like, I feel like I'm in a nightmare that I can't wake up from, and no one's listening to me. No one's hearing, no one cares about what I have to say. So and if you noticed in the interrogation room, they never told him what day. They just showed him pictures of him walking downtown. They never told him what day that was. So of course he's like, okay, so I was walking around. I will say the only thing that Brian missed that was kind of bad on his part was he didn't tell Samantha's sister. Usually you should, because he did call her as a defense witness. He should have been kind enough to say, we're really sorry for your loss, or sorry for, something, shown some type of empathy for Samantha. It wouldn't be admitting that his client did it. It would just be saying, sorry for your loss, before digging into her about calling Aaron a stalker. Yeah. Well, my confusion, Jimmy, is why is there two mixtures of blood why were there on those teeny tiny samples that they found on his jacket? There were two different mixtures. That's weird. And the other mixture didn't match Michael. Whose is that? And they didn't test to see whose it was. They just said it didn't match Michael. So that's really odd. So that's why I'm saying there has to be some type of cross-contamination. I mean, it could also have been, because it was washed. I mean, I don't know, but it said it was two different blood samples. But it wasn't Michael, and I just find it very odd that they found blood on his jacket, two tiny spots, and I think it's cross contamination. I think because they brought in all of those items for DNA testing. And don't forget that they brought in Jeff's items at the same time as Michael's items to be tested, which is also very odd. And they had that vial of Samantha's blood that they were testing with everything. So it has happened in the past before. It's not unheard of for there to be cross contamination. Yeah, he definitely. I just need him. He needs to stay calm, not get upset. I know he's fighting for his life, but he needs to not get upset on the stand with the prosecution, because that's what they're going to try to do. Is they're going to try to show that he has a temper. They're going to try to show that he's easily upset. But I mean, my God, if you have someone accusing you of murder, like he literally went into an interrogation room over sunglasses at a pawn shop or something, and it turned into, oh, you're here for murder. That's insane. Jimmy, where are you from? We're all praying, definitely all praying. Oh, you're from Michigan? Okay, so you've heard about, did you hear about this when it happened? How long have you been following this? Oh, awesome. Well, thanks to Gwen. Welcome to our group, by the way. Thanks to Gwen. She told me to follow this case, and I'm glad she did, because my goal is not, now I'm just obsessed, and my goal is not just to ensure that Michael is free, but that the real person who did this to Samantha is found. So I want to hopefully in some way solve the mystery, because I don't think that it's fair that Michael's being pinned for this. But also at the same time, I feel like we need to find who really did it. But I have a feeling, and I don't know, since you're from there as well. Gwen's also from Michigan, but I feel that there's a money talking issue and political ties that are stopping this from being investigated any farther than Michael.
Did you witness here?
Yes.
Okay, let's bring the jury up. All right.
Jimmy, do you know anyone in this situation, in this trial? He's doing stretches. He's getting ready. Let's go, Michael.
You may be seated. Calling case number 000535, People versus Michael Jackson Bolanos. Appearances.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Ryan Elsey for the people.
Dominic DeGrazia on behalf of people.
And Brian Brown on behalf of Mr. Jackson Bolano.
I know for the record, Mr. Jackson Bolanos is present. All counsel are present, and our 14 jurors are returned to the courtroom. And defense has another witness to call.
Yes, the defense.
Yeah,
calls,
I'm doing a series
Lydia
on it,
Bates
Jimmy, on my
to the
channel.
stand.
And in one of my episodes, I mentioned that she could have possibly been being hugged because of the wounds to the back of her head area. So my boyfriend and I are actually going to reenact different scenarios of how the stabbings could have happened. So I want to try to figure out, because I feel like it happened between 1:02 after her last final text outgoing and 1:24.
So that everyone can hear you.
I'll be clear.
Thank you.
You're
Please
welcome.
state your name and spell it for the record.
Lydia Bates, LYDIABATES.
Thank you, Ms. Bates. You may proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Ms. Bates.
Good afternoon.
Did you know an individual by the name of Samantha Woll?
I did.
And how did you know her?
I met Samantha through political organizing in 2017.
And did you also know an individual by the name of Brett Foreman?
I did.
Okay. Was there ever an occasion that you found out that Samantha Woll had passed?
Yes.
Okay. And how did you come into knowledge of that particular information?
It was through a Facebook post on a mutual acquaintances page.
Okay. Did you and Mr. Brett Foreman have any opportunity to discuss the death of Miss Samantha Woll?
We did.
Okay. And how was this conversation initiated?
It was initiated through a Facebook post that I made in offering condolences and shock of Samantha's murder. I posted pictures where Sam and I were at events, and multiple people offered condolences to the information, including Brett. And Brett offered from there to speak on the phone to process the information.
Okay. And did you take him up on that offer?
I did.
Okay. And did you have an occasion to speak with Brett Foreman on the telephone?
I did.
Okay. And was the nature of that conversation about the death of Samantha Woll?
In part, yes.
Okay. And what part can you describe for the jury was the nature of the discussion in regards to Samantha Woll's death?
After a period of time discussing things unrelated to Samantha, I believe that I asked Brett to basically get to the point of this conversation. It was a very lengthy call, and there were a lot of things that Brett discussed that were not related to Sam.
Was it your understanding prior to speaking with Mr. Foreman that the nature of that conversation will be about Samantha Woll?
It was, yes.
Okay.
Exclusively.
Okay. And just roughly how long did he talk about other subjects prior to actually talking about Samantha Woll?
It was approximately 45 minutes.
45 minutes? Okay. And did you make any type of comment to Mr. Foreman about his not speaking about Samantha Woll's death at that particular
To
time?
my recollection, yes, I brought it up eventually.
Okay. And then at some point in time, did the conversation shift to Samantha Woll's death?
It did.
Okay. And did Brett Foreman, did he say anything how he felt about her death?
I don't recall him saying anything about how he felt about her death.
Okay. Did Brett Foreman ever discuss with you if he was the murderer that he would do certain things to Samantha Woll if he was the murderer?
The conversation was a hypothetical, and it was a list of actions that a hypothetical murderer would do in order to obscure evidence.
Okay. And when you say a hypothetical murderer, did he make mention of it was a hypothetical murderer, or did he refer to if I was the murderer, then he would do those things if he was the murderer?
That is a distinction that I unfortunately cannot recall under oath.
Okay. Did he ever make any mention about parking away from the house of Samantha Woll?
Yes.
Okay. Did he make any mention about buying a movie ticket with a credit card?
Yes.
Okay. Did he make any mention about leaving his phone in the car away from the house in case the police were to track it?
He mentioned that the person who would do this hypothetically would leave their phone behind so as not to be tracked.
Okay.
That is correct.
Did he make any mention about the person who did it, this murder, would have seen her wedding pictures or the wedding pictures on social media?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ask him whether or not he physically saw Samantha Woll's pictures of her at a wedding on social media?
Yes.
Did he ever answer you?
No.
Did he ever tell you to keep your conversation with him a secret?
In the beginning of our conversation, he asked me to keep a secret regarding a woman that he is in, quote, limerence with.
Okay.
That was the secret that he asked me to keep.
Okay. Were you ever providing any hypotheticals back to Mr. Foreman about a hypothetical murder?
No.
Okay. So was this a one-way exchange when he was offering hypotheticals to you?
Yes.
Okay. How did you feel when these hypotheticals were being offered to you?
In terror.
Okay. Did you have an opportunity to speak with the police?
I did.
Okay. Did you tell the police in some of what you're testifying today?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that question?
Did you tell the police in summary of what you're saying today? Did you give them a basic?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Bates. No further questions.
Ms. Bates, when this conversation happened, Mr. Foreman didn't say that he killed Samantha Woll.
No, he did not. That is correct.
And when he was speaking in hypotheticals, is it accurate to say he's speaking about a hypothetical person, not necessarily himself, correct?
Objection, I think that calls for speculation.
She was in the conversation, Your Honor. She can answer that.
Overruled.
Was your understanding he was speaking about a hypothetical person or about himself hypothetically?
Hypothetically, yes, I believe he was speaking hypothetically. Does that answer your question?
Ooh.
Yes, but about a hypothetical murderer in general or about him specifically?
I don't know. Unfortunately, I don't know.
Okay. And do you remember when you spoke with the police, that was on November 13th of 2023, correct?
Yes.
And when you spoke to the police, did you, at some point, did the officer document sort of like a written statement for you to review and adopt? Do you remember that?
I never received anything to review. I simply gave my statement and left, and no one followed up with me.
Ooh.
Okay.
Yes, in the room, I was offered a review of what was written. Yes.
Okay, and did you review that for sort of like accuracy to make sure that captured what you had told the police?
Yes.
And if you saw that statement again today, would you recognize it?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yeah.
Okay. The document that I'm handing you, does that appear to be a copy of the statement that you were sort of presented with after you spoke with the police?
Yes.
And you reviewed that document for accuracy?
Yes.
And if I could grab that back for you, is it true that in that form it says Brett didn't say if he got away with murder, he said if a person were to get away with it?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Nothing further.
No further questions.
Questions from the jury? Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
The jury's not having any questions for any of the defense witnesses, which is kind of concerning to me.
Next witness?
The defense calls Mr. Michael Jackson Bolanos to the stand.
Jackson Bolanos, you
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Lord, please give Michael the strength to be on his best behavior.
Good afternoon, please.
Don't let the prosecution get to him.
Michael Manuel Jackson Bolanos, Bolanos.
Let the jury see the truth.
I'm sorry, my thumb drive. Podium.
Just put your hands on him, Lord. Please put your hands on Michael.
Good afternoon, Mr. Jackson Bolanos.
Good afternoon.
I'm gonna ask you a series of questions and just be honest. Now, Mr. Jackson Bolanos, do you remember the night of October 21, 2023?
Yes.
Briefly explain how did that night start?
I was at Tierra White's house.
Okay, and who is Tierra White?
My girlfriend.
Okay. At some point in time, did you leave the house?
Yes.
Okay. How did you leave the house?
I left on foot walking.
Okay. What did you take with you?
Besides myself, my phone, a lighter, and a flashlight.
Okay. Did you take any weapons with you?
No.
Okay. Did you take a knife?
No.
Okay. So why did you leave the house?
Well, I had told her I was going for a walk, but I was actually going to go look at cars.
Okay. And what was your purpose to go look at cars?
To locate them and see if they were accessible.
Okay. And when you say accessible, what does that mean?
Meaning like if it was unlocked, I was going to check through the car.
Okay. Any specific cars that you were looking for?
Mostly Dodges, Chargers, and Challengers.
Okay. Did you have any plans on actually stealing any cars that night?
No, not that night.
Okay. If you remember, where did you go first?
I walked out of her house and I turned on Cash Street and sat down in front of a pole.
Okay. And what were you doing while you sat down on the?
I was talking on my phone.
Okay. Approximately how long?
I don't know how long.
Okay. Where did you go afterwards?
I wandered off down Woodward, headed towards downtown.
Okay. Did you have any particular destination in mind?
No set destination, just the downtown area.
Okay. Did you have a particular area such as apartment structures, parking lots that you were seeking to go to?
No, just the downtown area.
Okay. Did you go to any apartment complexes?
Yes.
Okay. When you went to these apartment complexes, what did you do?
Cars to see if they were unlocked.
Okay. Were some of the door handles unlocked?
Yes.
Okay. What did you do when the door handles were unlocked?
Like I stated, I would search through the vehicles to see whatever I could find.
Okay. Were you looking for anything in particular?
Just whatever that I found.
Okay. Did you find anything?
I found the bag on Lafayette when I was coming down Rivard.
Okay. Was there anything in the bag?
No, just like crumbled up papers, some accordion headphones, some gloves, and a chapstick.
Okay. What type of gloves?
I believe surgical.
Okay. Were there any weapons in the bag?
No.
Okay. Was there a knife in the bag?
No.
Okay. Did you ever put any gloves on? Or those gloves on?
Yes. After I found them in the bag, I took them out. I blew up one, made a hand balloon, and like I put the other two on.
Okay. Is there any particular reason why you put the gloves on?
Well, when I figured I was out for cars and was more than just taking pictures, I was gonna eventually touch the door handles, and I didn't want to leave any like fingerprints on the door handles.
Okay. What did you end up doing with the backpack at that time?
I stashed it in the walkway apparent to the street of Lafayette and some bushes.
Okay. Is there any reason why you did that?
Down the walkway, I seen that there were cars in a parking lot, and I wanted to come back and look at those cars.
Okay. And what type of cars are you referring to?
Just sort of cars.
Okay.
I couldn't really specifically see.
Were there other things, if anything, that you actually took?
No, when I got to Jefferson, I went in a car and there was a plastic bag with like candy in it.
Okay. And was there a knife in that bag?
No.
Okay. Did you immediately walk off with that bag?
No, I didn't.
Okay. And you stated that there was candy in the bag?
Yeah, I found the candy, but I had dropped the bag when I had heard people approaching.
Okay. I'm going to. And do you remember approximately where you got that bag from?
A car near the River Place apartments, like in the front on the street.
Okay. I'm going to show you People's exhibit number, I believe it's 78, which is a compilation, and ask you some questions in reference to this exhibit. Okay, just had it. Okay, here we go. I'm going to publish People's Exhibit 78 at 46 minutes and 51 seconds. Mr. Jackson Bolanos, is this you on this particular camera?
Yes.
Okay, and what, if anything, are you doing at this particular time?
I was walking away because I heard those people.
Okay. Is this still you at the top of the screen?
Yes.
Okay. Now, if we pause, were you noticing anything at this particular time on the video?
Just that I was about to go around the building to like duck off for a minute until the people left.
Okay. Are those the people who are depicted at the top of the screen?
Yeah, it was like 3 of them.
Okay, I'll continue to play. If we pause, in your hand, it looks like you have something, I guess, illuminated. Do you have a glove on at this time?
Yes, I had on 2 gloves.
Okay. And are these the gloves that you retrieved from the backpack that you found earlier? Okay. I'll continue to play at 4:35, which is the same moment I paused at. Now, what are you doing at this point in time?
I was just like hiding, like, just trying to keep clear.
And why were you hiding?
Because I didn't want to be caught breaking into those cars.
Okay.
Just avoiding confrontation, really.
Okay. Now, Mr. Jackson Bolanos, you appear to have started walking in a particular area or direction, and then you turned around. Is there a reason why you turned around?
Yeah, like I said, I didn't know if they saw me going into the cars, so I just wanted to like get away from the area for a minute until like they had left. I wasn't expecting them to like get in the car. I thought they had walked down that street.
Okay. Did you notice this car that pulled out in front of you?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you know who was in the car?
No.
Did you think that it could be a possibility that maybe they knew or what you was up to at that time?
Objection, leading.
I asked whether or not if he knew whether or not they knew what he was doing.
Leading.
Okay. Did you know what the individuals in the car were doing?
No.
Objection calls for speculation.
If he knows.
Just answered no. Let's move on.
I'll continue playing at 49 and 15 seconds. Now, what were you doing at that moment in time?
I just didn't want my face to be seen. So I turned around.
Continue playing. Now, where are you walking to at this moment in time?
Going back to get the bag that I had dropped.
Okay. And just for the record, why did you drop that bag?
I just was avoiding people, and I didn't know if they saw me going into the car.
Okay. And would that be the 3 individuals that we previously saw at the top of the screen?
Yes.
Okay. Now you're holding something in your hand. What is that?
That was the plastic bag with the candy in it.
Candy in there. Okay. Do you know what type of candy it was?
Halloween candy.
Halloween candy. Was it a red candy?
Yeah, like chocolates and different assorted kinds.
Okay. And you are you walking off with that bag?
Yes.
Okay. Now I'll fast forward slightly to 53 minutes. Mr. Jackson Bolanos, is this you?
Yes.
Okay. You just turned around and looked behind you. Why is that?
I heard like tires screeching.
Okay. What if anything are you doing right now?
I was digging in the bag. Just about to eat a few of the candies.
Okay. And did you remove candy from the bag?
Yes, I ate a couple.
Ate a couple. Okay. I'm going to fast forward slightly to 55. 55 minutes and 52 seconds. Mr. Jackson Bolanos, is this you?
Yes.
Okay. And what are you attempting to do?
I was trying to climb that wall.
Okay. And why were you trying to climb the wall?
To get up to that parking structure.
Okay. And what was your purpose of going to that particular parking structure?
To locate different cars or see if they were accessible.
Okay. And did you ever make it to that particular parking structure?
Yes.
Okay. At some point in time, did you leave from that parking structure?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to fast forward it a little bit to 57 minutes and 42 seconds. Is this you after coming from the parking structure?
Yes.
Okay. Did you retrieve any items from any of the cars at this parking structure?
No.
Okay. But it was your attempt to try to
do so, yes.
Okay. Thank you. I will play at 57 minutes and 42 seconds. Now, Mr. Jackson Bolanos, are you running away from this particular scene?
I was running away from when I was up there. I had seen security patrolling on the street, and then I seen someone walking towards the parking structure. So that ended my like searching through the parking lot. I jumped down and just started to like run.
Okay. And what was your purpose of running?
Just to avoid any contact with anybody.
Okay. I'll continue to play. And do you remember where you were at this point in time? If you do.
By the Enterprise building. I don't know what that building's called.
Mr. Jackson Blanos, what are you doing at this point in time?
I was running because, like, again, I heard tires. And when I was on that street, when I grabbed that bag out the tree, there was a car that was approaching like fast.
Okay. You mentioned you grabbed the bag out the tree. Did you have that bag on you when you scaled the wall?
No, I had placed it in the tree across the street.
Okay. And why did you do that?
To be able to climb the wall.
Okay. And you retrieved the bag?
Yes.
Okay. It appeared that you looked behind you after you began to stop running. Why is that?
Well, I stopped running because the car didn't come down that corner.
Okay. And what was your purpose of looking over your shoulder?
Just to make sure that nobody was following me.
Okay. Now, after you left this location, where did you go?
I just went back the way that I came, headed back to like going towards Midtown.
Okay. Now, the first backpack that you mentioned that you found in a car on Lafayette, is that in your presence at this point in time?
No.
Okay. And where is that bag at? Just so we're clear.
Still in the bushes on Lafayette,
Okay.
adjacent to the sidewalk.
Okay. And did you remember where you put it at?
Yes.
Okay. Were you attempting to, when you say you wanted to go back, which way were you going back to?
I was headed back to where I left that book bag to go check out the last little lot.
Okay. I'm going to skip to 39 minutes and 39 seconds. You do recognize yourself in certain photographs, correct?
Yeah, but that's not me.
Okay. You stating that this is not you?
Yeah.
While you were out walking, did you see anybody who was wearing all black, who was walking maybe in your general location?
I did.
Okay. I'm going to pause this briefly, and I'm going to publish People's Exhibit number .
Yeah, right, Jimmy. That other chat room is getting ugly.
74, I'm sorry. People's Exhibit 74. And I will start publishing at 2 minutes and 51 seconds. Now, Mr. Jackson Bolanos, is this you walking on the screen?
No.
Okay.
Oddly enough, there's someone in the chat named David
For the record,
W.
do you know what color this individual appears to be wearing?
And he is
All
very
black.
Oops.
anti-Michael.
I'll go back 10 seconds.
There's a lot of anti-Michaels in there right now.
Now, this individual who's walking slightly behind this first individual, do you recognize this individual?
Yes, that's me.
That is you. Okay. On the night of October 21st, do you
Yeah, the
remember
one
seeing the individual
Fox 2
who
is
previously walked
showing the
through
trial on.
parking lot?
Not like right away. Maybe like when I turned that corner, I seen them still walking down that street.
Okay, so at some point in time, did you see this individual?
Yes.
Okay. Were you guys, so would it be fair to say that you guys were in the same area at some point in time at night, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Some people are, but they're actually just being ugly to be ugly. They're not even like really talking about him. They're picking on his suit. They're saying really dumb stuff. There's some really like just trolls in there.
Now, after making your way from the area where we previously saw you running at, did you make your way back to the area of Lafayette?
Yes. Like I said, I had went back to go check out those cars where I left the book bag at.
Okay. Begin playing at 3:45. Well, actually, 1 hour, 9 minutes, and 17 seconds, which equates to 3:45 in the AM. Is this you walking?
Yes.
Okay. Now, the area of that you stated that you placed this backpack in, did you ever go back to that particular area?
Eventually, after I was leaving the lot.
Okay. And which lot is that?
The one closest to Lafayette.
Okay. And were you able to, what was the reason that you went back to that particular lot?
Well, I had left the bag there in the bushes, so it was kind of like a reminder to go back for the bag and look at those cars.
Okay. And did you go look at those cars?
Yes.
Okay. Did you get anything of value from those cars in that location?
No.
Okay. But did you attempt to?
Yes. I checked these cars out and then down the street a little bit because security was like at the corner, just sitting at the corner.
Okay. And what are you doing right now in this video?
Checking the car door handle.
Okay. Now, if a car door handle is locked, what, if anything, do you do?
Going to the next car.
Okay. Do you attempt to try to break open the window?
Absolutely not.
Okay. Do you attempt to slash the tires?
No, I didn't have anything on me to even do that.
Now, are you still checking car handles on different cars?
I was.
Okay. Now, now, what time does it depict on the time at the top of the video?
4:10.
Okay. Do you see some type of vehicle that's coming into view?
Yes.
Okay. Did you see this vehicle on the night of October the 21st?
Yes.
Okay. And in which vehicle did you see that you see now in this particular video?
It was a white security car with a yellow light.
Okay. And what, if anything, did you do on this particular, I guess, morning when you saw this security vehicle?
I had ran like into the parking lot and waited for him to go around.
Okay. And where were you waiting at?
On the like beyond the whatever you call it, the thing that lifts up the arm.
Okay. Did you open any apartment doors?
Absolutely not.
Okay. Were you looking into any apartment doors?
No.
Did you look into any apartment windows?
No.
Did you go inside any apartments?
No.
Now, what happened at some point in time? Did security leave your vision, or did you leave their vision? Or
Yes, when they left, when they went back around, I had checked out a few of those cars that were aligned this way, like parked this way, and the cars that were parked this way. So down the street of Juliet Place.
okay. And then what did you do next?
When there was no cars unlocked, I had went to go retrieve the book bag, but upon me doing that, that was when I saw a dark figure outside.
Okay. And what, if anything, was this dark figure doing?
Looked like it was ducked down.
Okay. And what did you do when you first saw this dark figure?
I just like stopped, froze up for a second, just to kind of like wait and see what makes the first move.
Okay. Did this dark figure ever make any movement towards you?
Not at all.
Okay. What, if anything, did you do after you waited to see who would make the first move?
Well, when it didn't move at all, I just moved towards it.
Okay. And when you were moving towards it, before you moved towards it, did you know what that dark figure was?
No, just that it was large and dark.
Okay. And how far away were you when you first noticed this dark figure?
I don't recall. I didn't fully come into like contact yet.
Okay. You stated that you started to walk towards the dark figure?
Yes.
Okay. At some point in time, were you able to, I guess, ascertain what this dark figure was?
When I got close enough, yes, I could tell it was a person.
Okay. Could you tell it was a male or a female?
Not right off the hand.
Okay. Was this person doing anything?
Laying down on the ground.
Okay. And what position did you see this person laying down on the ground in?
With their back towards me.
Okay. And did you approach this?
I did.
Okay. And what, if anything, did you do when you approached?
I touched the person's neck to see if they were okay.
Okay. And was the person okay? Did they respond to you?
They wasn't okay.
Okay. And you said you touched their neck.
Yes,
Do you know which hand you might have used?
my right hand,
Okay. And why are you sure that you used your right hand?
because I remember.
Okay. And did you do anything? Did you shake the body? Did you do anything?
I didn't shake the body. I just checked the neck, put my hand kind of like in between right here, no air, no like breath or nothing. And once I realized that I just touched the dead person, I just grabbed the bag and I left.
Okay. And what did it feel like? What did the body feel like?
Cold and like crusty.
Okay. Was it wet? Was it dry?
Like paint on the wall.
Did you attempt to call the police?
My first reaction was to reach for my phone, but I had to consider where I was and what I was doing at the time. And I didn't feel like me personally, that would be a good idea to call the police.
Okay. And when you said you had to consider where you was and what you were doing, this just, I guess, break that down a little bit. What were you doing in your mind?
Well, I was over there breaking into cars. Well, not breaking into cars, but going into motor vehicles. And I felt like if I had to call the police, I would be incriminating myself, because the first question you're going to ask is, what are you doing over here?
Okay. And it'd be fair to say that you didn't have permission to go in these people's cars or attempt to open their doors, correct?
No, I didn't.
Okay. And you also stated that you had to consider where you were. In your mind, where were you that made a decision onto whether or not you called the police?
I was in an area where I didn't belong. I don't live over here. And my address is way on the west side, and I'm out breaking into people's cars.
Okay. And when you noticed this individual, was it a male or female?
Well, when I got close enough after I had touched the person, I could tell it was a female by the amount of hair.
Okay. Could you tell their race?
No.
Okay. And what did you do next?
Well, once I realized the person was dead, I grabbed the book bag out the bushes and I went over by Greektown, walked past the overtime, like the
Okay. And
overpass.
how far away was this book bag from this area of the body?
So the walkway leaving out the parking lot would have been in these bushes on this side.
Okay. And you said you grabbed the book bag from the bushes?
Yes.
Okay. If you remember, do you remember which hand you may have grabbed the book bag with?
No, I don't recall.
Okay. And after grabbing the book bag, which direction did you walk to?
I was headed back towards Midtown, so I took Lafayette to the service drive and crossed that street where the people were striking at.
Okay. I'm gonna begin to play at 4:23 and 18 seconds as far as time, which is 1:12 and 38 seconds on the compilation. Now, Mr. Jackson Bolanos, is this you with the green circle around you?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I have a question. If you were avoiding people all night and avoiding confrontation, why would you walk towards individuals where you can, let me back up. Before you made that right from Monroe, could you see those individuals striking outside?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you stated earlier that you were trying to avoid confrontation, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Why would you walk towards these individuals who are clearly outside striking in the cover, not even the cover of darkness, but in a heavily lit, heavily surveilled area?
Because I wasn't going into any vehicles at that time. And I had just seen a dead woman laying outside, and I wanted to be around people that were alive.
Yeah, I'm gonna disagree with this strategy.
Now, you didn't discard towards the freeway, did you?
Absolutely not.
I'm going to fast forward a little bit.
I'm gonna disagree with this strategy. I'm sorry, y'all. I don't.
believe it's
I don't.
4:25 and
I
23
think
seconds. That's
the
people
prosecution playing that phone call
actual time, but
put the defense
1 hour and 14 minutes
or
and
made them
22
feel they
seconds.
were put in a hard spot. This is wrong. I am
Mr.
still
Jackson,
believing that there
what,
was
if anything,
cross
are you doing right now?
contamination.
I was texting Dr. Washington.
I don't think he ever saw her body.
And Mr. Jackson Blanos, what, if anything, are you doing at this point in time?
I flashed the light on my hand because I felt like that crust light drying up.
Okay. And did you see anything on your hand?
Yes, it was blood on my hands.
Okay. And what did you think when you saw that, if anything?
I just panicked.
Okay. And why did you panic?
Because I had just touched a dead person.
Okay. Did you kill that person?
Absolutely not.
Okay. Did you ever enter that person's house?
Absolutely not.
Did you ever remove any items from their pockets?
Absolutely not.
Okay. Did you stab Samantha Woll?
Absolutely not. I had no weapons on me that whole night. What I'm out there doing, I don't need no conflict, no confrontation with anybody.
Okay. Did you ever attempt to go inside of Samantha Woll's house and have a confrontation with her?
Absolutely not.
Did you ever punch Samantha Woll?
Absolutely not.
Did you notice anything about her door?
No, I wasn't paying attention to that.
Okay. Did you,
I was more so just worried about the security.
okay. Did you see anybody's door open?
Not that I can recall.
Okay. Did you peek into anybody's apartment just to look in?
No.
I'm pretty sure it was her that set the motion off when she was crawling out of her house at 420. I think the defense is using this
I didn't go near no condos.
to explain away the blood.
Except for 454 West Avenue.
Hi, Eve. Welcome.
Nobody's house.
And what address is that you just gave?
Sierra White's.
We'll continue to play at.
Yeah, I think they're just trying to find a way to explain away the blood. And this is not. I don't know.
Now, Mr. Judge Bolanos, it appeared that you were walking at first and you began to run, and then you started walking. Why did you even start running?
Just because that panic, like, that emotion of just touching a dead person. Now I got her blood on my hands. And I just wanted to, get away.
Go for it. Is this you walking what appears to be by 36th District Court?
Yes.
Okay. And at some point in time, you make it back home, correct?
Yes.
Okay. When you went back home, what did you do, if anything?
Well, when I called her to open up the door, I went in and like washed my hand off.
Okay.
Y'all did not ask her that
Go to
when she was on the stand. I really feel like this is a Hail Mary.
131 in 16 seconds where I'm republishing it.
Right? That's what I'm saying. Like, I really feel like this is. Because I think he hugs her or something, even. See? He has his hands wrapped around her. Like, come on.
And just for the record, which hand was it that you
Yeah.
said?
My right hand.
Okay.
That you touched the
Now,
door
when
handle
you made
with.
it back home, did you discard any of your clothing that you were wearing that night?
Absolutely not. I had no reason to.
Okay. Did you notice anything on your clothes as far as blood or anything?
No.
Okay. Now, did you instruct anybody to wash your clothes?
No.
Did you instruct anybody to discard of any of your clothes?
No.
Okay. At some point in time, you were arrested, November the 30th, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you were questioned by Detroit police, correct?
Yes.
Okay. When you were originally arrested, what was your understanding as to why you were being arrested?
Property crimes. Something about some glasses with a pawn shop.
Okay. And why did you think that?
Why did I think?
Yeah, why did you think it was involving property crimes?
That's what they told me.
That's what they told you? Okay. And what did you think that they were, I guess, insinuating when you're in an interrogation room and they're asking you about glasses in a pawn shop?
Well, the type of glasses that they were mentioning are most glasses people either get robbed for or killed for, and I was telling them I didn't do none of that.
Okay. And what type of glasses were these?
Cartier.
Cartier glasses? Okay. Just for those who may not know what Cartier glasses are these just glasses you can buy at CVS or?
Absolutely not.
Okay. Are they a high priced item?
Yes.
And did you attempt to explain how you came into contact with these glasses?
I did.
Okay.
The ex-boyfriend left his phone at home.
And at some
Everybody
point in
had their
time,
phones at home.
The detectives, they asked you
Apparently.
about whether or not
Except this poor guy was walking downtown Detroit all
you
night.
breaking, entering of cars, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And what did you tell them?
I told them that I wasn't.
Okay. Was that truthful?
No, it wasn't.
Okay. And at some point in time, did they ask you about what you were doing on October the 21st?
Yes.
Okay. And did they ask you whether or not you were walking around the city and checking door handles of cars?
Yes, they did.
Okay. And what did you tell them?
I told them that I wasn't doing none of that.
And was that the truth?
It wasn't.
Okay. And why did you lie to them?
I have a history of cars, so I figured I didn't want to be in trouble, and I'm already facing habitual status if in trouble with any more cars.
Okay. You said you have a history of cars. What do you mean? You had a history as being a mechanic, or what does that mean?
No, like motor vehicle thefts.
Motor vehicle thefts? Okay. And you said habitual? What does that mean?
Meaning, like, to my knowledge, any new charge with the same crime, I was looking at 25 or more.
That's what you thought?
Yeah, because I was a third, so a fourth would make me fourth habitual.
Okay, for stealing cars?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And at some point in time, they presented you with some photographs, correct?
Yes, they did.
Okay. At some point in time, did you ever admit to at least hitting door handles or checking door handles?
I did. I admitted to messing with a few cars, taking pictures of them.
Okay. And when you say taking pictures of cars, that particular night, did you take any pictures of any cars?
I did.
Okay. And how many cars did you take pictures of that night?
One that I know of offhand was a Charlie because of the specific type and model it was.
Okay. And you say a Charlie. Could you just
Dodge Challenger.
Dodge Challenger. Okay. Was there anything specific about this particular Dodge Challenger that
most sort out like type car? It was a Scat Pack.
Okay. Was there anything, I guess, notable about this particular Scat Pack that you photographed that night?
The entirety of the car and the license plate.
Okay. And what about the license plate that was, I guess, notable to you?
Well, with the license plate, I just send it to the Telegram chat group and they'll run the information.
Okay. And did you send this photograph to anybody that night?
Yes.
And who did you send it to?
To Tierra.
Okay. And just to be clear, Tierra is your girlfriend?
Yes.
Okay. And was there, you don't have to tell me what the response was. Was there a response?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know who this car belonged to?
No.
Okay. Did you attempt to check the door handle on this car?
I did, but it was locked.
It was locked. Okay. Did you attempt to break the window of this particular car?
No.
Okay. Did you slash the tires on it?
No.
Okay. And during the course of this
he said
trial,
he
you
didn't
saw,
ditch any gloves.
People's Exhibit. Now, just to be clear, did this Challenger have Coast Guard license plates?
Yes.
Okay. So we'll fast forward back to the interrogation. So you ultimately admitted to at least opening door handles.
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever tell them that you removed certain items from some cars?
Yes.
Okay.
I think he walked about 5 miles that night.
The gray backpack and the plastic bag with the candy in it.
Okay. Now, at the end of this video, and I'll go back to
He took the gloves off, but I don't think he threw them away. But again, I also don't think he touched her. I don't think he ever came across her. I think this is just their strategy.
13 minutes and 35 seconds.
Because they have to explain the blood on his jacket somehow, some way.
Now, Mr. Jackson Bolanos, it appears that you have something on your back. What is it?
That was the backpack that I had found earlier in the night that I had left in the bushes.
Okay. So what happened to the white bag that you were previously carrying around all night?
It's inside that bag.
What do you mean it's inside the bag?
I placed that bag inside that
So
bag.
you're saying that you took the white plastic bag and you put it inside the backpack?
Yeah, as I was walking.
Okay. And did you put the backpack on your back?
Yes.
Okay, just to be clear. So did you eventually tell detectives about you having this backpack and the white bag?
Yes.
Okay. Were you honest with them at first on whether or not you removed some items from the car?
No, because I was just more so in my head worried about being in trouble for the cars itself.
At some point in time, did the conversation shift away from whether or not you went into cars to whether or not you went into apartments or houses?
Yes. The Sergeant Ford guy had stated that.
Objection. It's hearsay.
What?
Well, if he's saying what he was answering.
Yeah.
Well, fine.
Fine.
The
Fine.
Sergeant Ford guy had stated that he had me in somebody's house, and I told him I didn't go in nobody's house.
Okay. When he said that, what did that mean to you when he was saying that he had you in somebody's house? What is
Meaning that he said that I was in somebody's house that I didn't go into.
Okay. Did you go into anybody's house that night?
Absolutely not.
Okay. And how did that make you feel when he said that he had quote unquote evidence of you going into somebody's house?
More defensive and more run away from telling him the truth.
Okay. At some time later in that interview, did there become some conversation about whether or not you saw anybody?
Did he say that in opening? I don't remember.
outside?
Yes.
I need to go back because.
And when that question was asked of you, what, if anything, was going through your mind when that question was first asked of you?
When it was first asked of me, he had already stated that I had went into somebody's house that I didn't never go into. So when he said I had to see somebody outside, and I knew in my head that I had touched the woman, and I didn't want nothing to do with that because he would misassociate that with me as they're doing now, accuse me of killing her.
And when he asked you whether or not you had saw anybody out there, what did you tell him?
I told him I didn't.
Okay. Was that the truth?
It wasn't.
Okay. What is the truth?
The truth was that I was in the area. I never denied being in the area. I was in the area messing with cars. Upon my exit, I saw the woman laying on the sidewalk.
And just to be clear, did you state earlier that you walked up to the person?
Yes.
Okay. And did you touch the person?
I did.
Okay. And what was your reason for touching her?
I didn't know whether she had like fallen outside or was drunk. So me as a person, yeah, I'm out doing wrong, but I still wanted to make sure that you feel that this person was okay. When I realized she was dead, I wanted nothing to do with the entire situation. I'm a black guy in the middle of the night breaking into cars, and I find myself standing in front of a dead white woman. That doesn't look good at all.
Now,
Whoa. See, he said he didn't know what race she was.
did Sergeant Ford
See, he just
discuss
messed up.
anything about your phone,
Oh,
being able to, I guess, gather information from your phone?
Yes.
Okay.
I gave him my phone.
Okay. And why did you give him your phone?
Because I had nothing to hide.
Okay.
If I caught that, the prosecution caught that.
And did you give him your phone after he explained
He just messed
to
up.
you about technology being able to see where your phone was or was not?
I did.
And did you ever?
This is
submit
not
to
good. He
a
should not have done this.
DNA swab?
I did.
Okay. Why?
Like I said, I had nothing to hide. I didn't get rid of nothing. I didn't dispose of anything. I had nothing to hide. I didn't do anything.
Dang.
Other phone done? No speaking in the courtroom, please.
At some point in time during this interview, were you ultimately released?
I was, but they had booked me under larceny from a vehicle. So I went to the DDC for 72 hours.
Okay. And were you ever arraigned on those charges of larceny from a vehicle?
No.
Okay. And were you eventually released back into the public?
I was.
Okay. Did you make any attempts after you were released to contact any detective or police officer from this investigation?
I did. I kept Sergeant Lane's card for furthermore questions, and then I was keeping in contact with them for my items that they had taken from me.
Okay. Did you call him just one time, or was it frequent?
It was every other day.
Okay.
I kept getting the voicemail, not at my desk right now. And then I called you to tell, can you call him? Maybe he'll answer the attorney's call.
Okay. Did you ever make any attempt to leave the area after you were released from November the 30th?
No, I went back to work.
Okay. And did you do anything different in your lifestyle as far as going to work?
No, work, studio, and home.
Okay. And where were you working at that time?
97 West Warren, Fresh Roots.
Fresh Roots. Okay. And what was your position then?
Manager.
Okay. At some point in time, were you rearrested?
Yes, about 10 days later.
Okay. And where were you at when you were arrested?
Originally I was at work.
Okay. And let's go back. I'm sorry. Let's go back to your arrest of November the 30th. Where were you when you were originally arrested back on November the 30th?
November the 30th, I was on Utica at the Springfield. I was leaving the Springfield Village Apartments.
Okay. And do you know which police agency arrested you?
Yeah, the other chat caught that.
State troopers.
State troopers.
Race.
Okay. And at that point in time, did you know why you were being arrested?
Also.
Okay. Were you ultimately taken to the police station?
I was.
Okay. Did you ever attempt to hide contraband and bring it into the station?
No.
Okay.
Like I stated, man, the knife that I had on me was a seatbelt cutter, but it had got it in my pocket because I was changing the Ring camera and had to pop it off the wall.
Okay. You was changing what Ring camera and where?
At the Springfield Village Apartments in Roseville. I was changing the Airbnb camera.
Okay. And when you say Airbnb, is this an Airbnb that you're in business with, or?
Yes.
Okay. And why would you be using such a tool to change a Ring camera?
Because it wouldn't come off at first. So I went back to my car. I grabbed it. That was the only thing that was in vicinity to use to pop it off.
Okay. Now, when you were brought to the police station by the troopers, did they ever ask you if you had any weapons on you?
No.
Okay. Did they search you?
Yeah, he patted me down before he put me in the truck.
Okay. And once you got to the police station, did they find the knife on you, or did you take it out yourself?
I took it out myself.
Okay. Were you
No, I still
trying
don't
to conceal this weapon?
Did it,
No.
but I think
Now you
this was a
this is
bad
seatbelt
strategy.
cutter. What is a seatbelt cutter?
Just a pocket knife sort of cutter that you keep in your car. I drive recklessly a little bit.
Okay. And so you're driving, what significance, you driving recklessly that you stated? I mean, what significance would that have with a seatbelt cutter in your mind?
Meaning, like, I drive a little bit fast, so in case of a crash, I would want to just cut the seatbelt off.
Okay. Do you have a fast car, or?
Yeah, I drive a 07 RT Hemi Charger.
Okay.
Say that again.
2007 Dodge Charger RT Hemi.
Okay, so let's fast forward back to your second arrest in December. So just to be clear, during the time of November the 30th until your second arrest, did you make any plans to leave the area?
No, I didn't. I had a trip for a friend's birthday party in Houston, Texas for December 8th. That was marked on my calendar at work.
Were you ever following this Samantha Woll's case prior to you being arrested on November the 30th?
Beforehand, yes, because I was the person that came in contact with her at night when she was laying out there. So I wanted to know what happened. I didn't know if she was shot, stabbed, or whatever.
Because you made reference during your first interview as to holding a gun before but never shooting anybody. Why did you say that?
Most homicides are gunshots. And then, like, not to play the race card, black person, you telling me I'm involved in a homicide, I believe you think I shot somebody.
When you saw that Samantha Woll's body that particular night, did you know how she died?
No, it was too dark to tell like what had happened to her.
Okay. Could you see any wounds on her?
No.
Now, were you aware that somebody originally was arrested in the investigation of Samantha Woll?
Probably when it came on at work, my boss was watching it.
Okay. Were you aware of when that person was released from custody?
No.
Okay. Did you attempt to buy a passport and flee the country?
No. The same day passport was for a Halloween party that was coming up, and I couldn't get to Windsor. But if you go downtown, you got to have your trip booked, and you got to show that to the people downtown, and they give you a same day passport.
Okay. Did you ever obtain that same day passport?
No.
Okay. Now, in regards to your second interview with
What? I've never heard of that. What?
Ford, would you classify that as a cordial, I guess, exchange between the two of you?
No, because I was frustrated that they were still trying to accuse me of killing somebody that I didn't even kill, that I didn't go in nobody's house, but yet you're harassing me. I wasn't even able to lock up the store or nothing. I got the store keys on me. Now I gotta have other people call other people to come do things. I was frustrated.
Okay. And Sergeant Ford, he told you some things about having some type of DNA evidence, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And at that point in time, I mean, how did you feel?
Confused at first because I don't see how I didn't do anything. And it just was like his demeanor, was like he was judging me, like as if I had did something, just treating me like a criminal.
Okay. Did you ever call Sergeant Ford out of his name?
Absolutely not.
Okay. Did you ever refer to him with anything other than Sergeant Ford or sir?
Nothing other than Sergeant Ford or sir.
Okay. At that point in time, did you tell Sergeant Ford that, in fact, you had came in contact with Samantha Woll's body?
No.
Okay. Why didn't you at that time?
Because he was still accusing me of killing her.
Okay. After that interview, where were you taken?
To the DDC.
Okay. Do you know by whom?
A light skinned officer and a white officer.
Okay. Did you discuss anything with these officers?
Well, when I got to the DDC and as they were walking me back to the unit of housing, I had discussed something with Osmond.
Osmond, and who is Osmond? What does he work for?
He was a police officer that had took me to the DDC.
Okay. And when you went to the DDC, what was your understanding at that time on why you were being booked into the DDC or the Detroit Detention Center?
They had told me homicide.
Okay. And did they tell you homicide on November the 30th?
No.
Okay. So when they told you homicide, what was going through your mind?
A lot of emotions, confusion. I didn't know how to act, so like I was like crying and I was telling them like, bro, I didn't do this.
Objection. This is hearsay.
He said what he told them.
These types of prior statements can only come in under limited circumstances.
He's testifying.
It's still, I know he's testifying, but it's still hearsay.
It's what he said. He can testify to what he said. What the? Dude, he can testify to what he said. It's his testimony. This is his one shot. Man, okay, that other chat is just not friendly. They're not nice to each other either, which is really sad. Like, people can have different opinion, good grief. But they're not nice to each other. Like, I don't care if people are in our chat and they say they think you did it. If they think you did it, it's fine. But we don't have to be ugly. Everyone can have a different opinion. I mean, I'm going to say I disagree with the defense strategy. I think that they could have kept going with the reasonable doubt with the fact that the prosecution is bringing an entirely circumstantial case. I think they should have stuck with the video being, oh, yeah, they are infighting, Jimmy. I think they should have stuck with the video as far as it being cut and spliced together and made by someone. They should have stuck with the fact that you can't prove that every single one of those green circles is Michael. I think they should have stuck with the fact that the autopsy was incomplete and that they didn't do proper measurements of the wounds. I think they should have stuck with the fact that cell phone pings can mean, yes, they can place him in the area, general vicinity, but they can't place him in her actual townhome. I think there's a lot of reasonable doubt that they could have done and poked holes in, and without doing this. So, yeah. So I think they could have kept on with the reasonable doubt. The blood, I think, obviously, I would have questioned more why there was such a mixture, such a big difference in the blood on his jacket, and how they couldn't link him either to the crime scene. Like, how is it okay to disregard all of these other supposed suspects or persons of interest based on their swabs and cell phone data and all of this shenanigans? And how can you have someone actually confess, and that's not enough to charge them with murder, but you can have someone who literally says, I didn't do it, and that's enough to charge them with murder? There's just so many variables. so many other things that the defense could have played with. I don't want to say play. That's not a good use of wording for someone's life on the line. But there's other ways they could have poked holes in this and should have stuck with than having him get up there and put himself at the scene, actually touching her body, and then saying things out of turn. This is where things go awry on the stand. But we'll just have to keep praying and hoping that he's not going to be an innocent man going to prison, and we can still find who killed Samantha. Yeah, that's what I believe, Jimmy. I believe she was attacked. Like the time of death has not been confirmed. They're using that 420 because that's when that alarm went off. They're not actually giving us a time of death. Time of attack is more what I'm looking for. Like, when was she actually attacked? Because I feel like it had to happen between the 1 and 2 time frame, because she sent out her last outgoing text at 1:02 to David, who we have yet to hear from. But there's a David W. in that other chat that keeps harping and saying that Michael's guilty. And he's being very ugly. And between that 1:24, when there's this mysterious person running away from the townhome. So I feel that the time of attack is between 1:02 possibly and 1:29, because at 1:29 supposedly her phone was trying to be unlocked. So I feel that possibly she was attacked between those moments, and she probably did, as that forensic pathologist said, was unconscious for a while in the hallway where there was all that blood, and she came to at some point and tried to help herself get out. And she had a hoodie on, so I feel like she took Ambien. I take Ambien for sleep, so I feel like she was not about herself when she was attacked. She was sneak attacked, and she had no defensive wounds, so she was either lying on the sofa, she had her hoodie on her head because there are cuts in the hoodie, and the person either attacked her from behind while she was laying on the sofa, or they were hugging her and attacked her that way. But either way, she was unconscious for a while, came to, crawled out of her apartment, and, the neighbor who found her said that her body was cold to the touch and she was blue. I don't believe she would have been cold, as Michael's saying, at 4:20. She may have been a little cool. I mean, but she wouldn't have been, just depending on, obviously, I mean, I need to hear from a doctor, like how much blood you would have lost. So she did lose a lot of blood. Would your body be cold? How long would it take for your body to be cold? Your body drops 1.5 degrees. And it takes a time for your body to drop. Also, the temperature outside. There's just a lot of variables. So that's why I don't believe he actually touched her. I really think the blood is transferred onto his clothing from taking in all that evidence. And they had a vial of her blood. And another thing about the autopsy, I keep mentioning this, they turned that autopsy around so fast. And I was on another guy's YouTube channel, David. He was friends with Samantha and he knew her. And I asked him, was was the autopsy, was there a reason for her autopsy to be so fast? Is it something with the Jewish community that they have to have the burial so quickly? And he said they weren't the Orthodox Jews. Yes, they have to have like the funeral right away. Sometimes they don't do an autopsy. But her family wasn't Orthodox, and they were kind of traditional, but they weren't like so traditional that they wanted her body back right away. But for some reason, this was a very fast turnaround on her autopsy, so they didn't even do a complete autopsy. They didn't even get fingerprints off of her, but somehow they got fingernail clippings. So it's just a lot of incomplete stuff. Yeah, she may not have could see well. If she had taken her Ambien, she was pretty groggy. I could tell you. If she smoked some pot, she took her Ambien, she was not fully aware, because that stuff knocks you out. You do a lot of funky stuff when you take that. So she can heart emoji all night long, probably. But the David guy was supposed to spend the night. And where is he? Nobody ever brought him to the stand. He's in politics, by the way. He's a complete polar opposite of Samantha. She's a Democrat, feminist, and he's a Republican, and he ran for some type of seat and failed both times, but he's a major Trumper. And so they're like major polar opposites. So I'm very surprised. I feel like there's just big money in this case. There's a lot of money, a lot of people involved that don't want this case to go any further than Michael. Yeah, so David oh shoot, what's his name? David, let me go through my notes. Wollington, David, he ran for a couple of offices there. Wilkinson, David Wilkinson. He was the last person she texted. He was supposed to spend the night with her. No, they never called him as a witness, but they cleared him, supposedly. I don't think they called him because he's a major player in politics. I don't know how major he is now, but he was pretty big player in Republican politics, which is another thing. Like, he was supposed to spend the night with her that night. So where is this David guy? And then there's a David W in the other chat who's like harping on how guilty Michael is. I don't know. Kind of weird. But also, Jeff, the ex-boyfriend, so he still goes to the downtown Detroit synagogue, and he got to hold the Torah last weekend. So they have clearly, like, they're cool with Jeff now. You're all good. He's cleared. So, which is crazy because when Samantha was dating Jeff, no one liked him. Everyone thought he was weird and creepy, and no one liked him. And now Samantha's gone, and he confessed to her murder, and now everybody's like, "Oh, Jeff's cool. We're all good. It's great. It's gravy." So I'm just like, what is happening? I think it's just the money, man. It's the money, because from what I've been told, that synagogue was on its last leg. Like, it was like ready to be taken care of. Yeah.
Now, Mr. Jackson Bolanos,
Weird.
what, if anything, did you tell Detroit police officer Chad Oslin?
I had just simply told him, like, man, I didn't do this. I seen her when she was outside. I checked her vitals. There was nothing I could do, and I left the scene.
Okay. And approximately when did you tell Officer Oslin this?
The day of the second arrest.
Okay. And Mr. Jackson Bolanos, did anybody ever tell you to say you touched the body?
No.
Okay. And when you testify today that you touched the body, is that the truth?
Absolutely.
Okay.
This is interesting because I never saw any of this. I can't wait to get all this information.
Now, at some point in time, you were, I guess, processed in the Detroit Detention Center, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you were moved to Wayne County Jail?
Objection leading.
Okay. Were you moved to Wayne County Jail?
Yes.
Okay. And in the Wayne County Jail, do you have phone privileges?
Yes.
Okay. At some point in time, did you call Tierra White?
I did.
Okay. And would you frequently call Tierra White?
I do.
Okay. And what would you discuss, if anything?
Just the harsh conditions of being in the county, being accused of something you didn't do, various things. How is her day going?
Okay. And you have heard some jail calls that were played in court in regards to, I guess, a washing of a jacket?
Yes.
Okay. Now, the calls that were played, were those the entirety of that particular phone call?
No.
Okay. And if you heard the entirety of that phone call, would you be able to recognize your voice?
Yes.
Okay. I would like to publish defense exhibit, proposed exhibit 10, which is the entirety of the jail call relating to Mr. Jackson Bolanos, which I believe was People's Exhibits. Hold on.
Is the entire phone call admitted or just a clip?
It was redacted, Your Honor.
Oh, it was.
Okay, we would like to publish the entire.
What number was it, Elsie?
See, the prosecution didn't enter in that he admitted to being
I have it. 91.
at the body.
What was his defense exhibit 9?
10.
9 was not admitted. Or was there-
Photos of Samantha Wall's car.
I think that was a minute.
Oh, that was different. I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
Yes.
You tried to admit something else and it was denied, but.
Okay.
you can rename something else.
Okay.
Judge, we've never been given what they're about to play. I'm assuming it's the same video he's claiming it is. So if it is, then
Woo, Brian, but jump off the roof.
We got this from them.
It's the jail call.
Yes, the jail call is is the full portion of the jail call.
My dog is so high, y'all.
Listen to the entire jail call?
no, I mean we have the jail call, but whatever call he's about to play, I mean, I'm assuming it is what he's
So
describing.
do you
to be.
want to play your version of the jail call to make sure?
Yeah, I mean, you can play your entire version.
It's
No,
fine. It's fine.
They're like children.
So defense 10.
I know.
No objection to it being heard?
No, no.
Okay. So we didn't- Although if you're playing it off the disc, it's probably going to be lagging and not playing properly. If it's not uploaded to a hard drive.
Okay, we have.
Oh, well, I can play it on my.
Yeah, we got that also.
Okay, I just.
No.
I just don't want to be here all day. So if you could hurry up.
It's supposed to be playing directly from the disc.
That's fine. I can play it.
I don't know how bad traffic is in Detroit because she's always like getting out of there at 3:45. So y'all must have some bad traffic. I live here in Austin, so traffic here really, really sucks. Oh my God, my dog is like. Yeah, it is completely normal. My God, you're accused of murder? Heck yeah. You can vent if you want to. I'd be screaming from the rooftops. In the other chat, they're talking about when he was in prison for basically he had stolen property, stolen vehicle. He had some got in trouble for being violent in prison, but I'm pretty sure that's explainable because you're in prison. I'm pretty sure it's hard not to have any type of altercations. Gosh, this chat is going crazy over there.
And paid for by an inmate at Wayne County Jail. This call is subject to recording and monitoring. If you don't wish to call, hang up now. Thank you for using Telmate. Hello?
You sound sick. What you doing?
I'm walking home.
Oh, what happened? They closed.
No, 6:10.
Oh, get home. How far away are you? I'll call back in a minute.
No, I'm at the burger place. Just talk to me.
What's wrong?
You trying to hang up the phone. That's what's wrong.
I mean, when you're in the fucking freezing cold and it's
I'm
cold.
around the corner, bro. I'm talking to you all day. You hang up the phone, okay.
What is wrong with you, bro? Did you watch?
Yes.
Bro, a nigga was in there for like 5 hours.
I know.
Bro, and from the judge's demeanor, from your perception, from the judge's demeanor and expressions and everything, didn't he look like he was irritated or didn't want to be there, or you feel me?
Well, first and foremost, I know that was supposed to start at 11:30, and I thought I was tripping because I said kind of get on the Zoom, and so it was being a live stream on YouTube, so that's why I watched it. But he was irritated because the prior case went on for like an extra 2-3 hours. Like I was waiting, and Jessica was waiting, and we were watching that case about the little boy who shot himself, because that's what he was doing before y'all came in.
Yeah, I know about the child abuse and the gun possession.
Yeah.
Girls in the bed or some shit.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I heard. I was in there towards the end of it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't know about that. I just think that they were doing a lot of unnecessary fucking shit. And they were avoiding all blind fucking questions. Like, he really snapped.
You said who?
I said, he really snapped.
Snapped on who? Us or them?
I don't want Brownie.
Oh, the judge?
What are you talking about? I said Brownie snapped, for real.
Oh, yeah, man, because he getting frustrated too because the judge, he pressing us.
I didn't even mean like that. I just meant like he came with the fucking facts, so I didn't answer my questions. And then all the extra shit they got was right.
And they trying to avoid the questions. They avoiding the questions, looking at the prosecutor for approval. Like, what the fuck is the witness keep looking at? All the witnesses kept looking at the prosecutor for approval.
Because they all been cut. But my question is, with the evidence that y'all want to bring evidence to them, why is that not being screened? What the fuck y'all want?
Yeah, all that shit they rushed and all that shit they did. Like, come on, where the fuck is the evidence at? What the fuck is y'all doing? They playing with everything right, bro. That just goes to show that they just trying to book anybody at this point. You feel me?
What about you? Because that's my point. What the fuck about that, bro?
The blue?
What about you? What about what y'all have?
Oh yeah, we good, man. I don't know. I ain't heard that part, but apparently we got some shit the 23rd. You feel me? We're gonna show.
And why the fuck they keep pushing shit back, bro?
Yeah, because we
why
they
next week? The fuck is going on the rest of the week?
It's the same thing as the preliminary still. It's just to contain what you think is
the concern. More time to fucking straw.
Yeah, basically. And they want to do everything right then and there. Like, bro, they knew this shit was gonna take all day, bro. And now you pushing it for 1:30 next Tuesday for 4 more witnesses. You feel me? They gotta go through the trials, the cross examinations, and all this shit. You feel me? All the questions my lawyer getting on the record, all the questions we answer, bro, that shit is facts, bro. Factual and realistic people would see. Like, damn, that's why Channel 4 and Channel 7, hey, they on that bit saying the right shit. Channel 2 still paying narratives, like, oh, you feel me? Like, bro, it's y'all Channel 2 really trying to oust the niggas.
No, because they don't have no, highlighted, underlying fucking information. They're taking broad ass shit and trying to make it seem like it's something that it's not. And they're prolonging that shit, stringing it out as long as they can.
That's because they talk like my kids.
I'm sure this is
Oh yeah, he is Eve.
Man, I'm pissed. I ain't got money at the end of the day. I ain't got like by a corporal that told me he was sorry and after my attorney visit, nigga the strip search me to my birthday, the nigga the strip search me to my birthday suit, all type of weird ass shit. And I ain't never had that happen, bro. Yeah, this nigga made me get booty butt naked, twirl around, slide. Like, bro, what the fuck tip is you on, bro? They don't do that shit in these sales, bro. That ain't nigga, bro. No, it was yesterday. It was yesterday before today. My attorney came. I don't know. That's what I'm saying. After my attorney visit, the nigga did that shit. The right officer did that shit. He was on some gay shit. So I wrote a grievance about that nigga. And then today, leaving the courtroom, I guess because everybody, the judge was irritated, ready to go, frustrated. You see nigga his expression and all that shit. He getting frustrated. He cutting our time short, 15 minutes, 5 minutes, 10 minutes. You feel me? Like, bro, you ain't doing none of that shit for the prosecutors. You feel me? And then
that's the fucking point.
Yeah, listen, a security officer, as soon as I got downstairs, bro, got violent with me. Like, bro, what you want, bro? It's like, bro, what the fuck? Like, bro, you tweaking. Like, bro, this nigga got the heat, like, push me on my back to push me in the cell. I was aggressive with the door, told me to open up the door. I'm telling him, bro, I'm cuffed up and I got paperwork in my hand. I can't push nothing open up the
No,
door.
not yet.
That's your job. You're the security officer. Open up the doors. You got the keys to shit. You open up the door. I can't do your job for you, bro. I'm cuffed up and got paperwork in my hand. So he gets frustrated, like, man, it's 5 o'clock, you criminals and shit like that, man. I ain't no time to be dealing with you criminals. The nigga can't open the door. The door swing open and come back flying and hit me in my shoulder and I'm leaving. I'm like, bro, what tip is you on? So he telling me to push me down the stairs like, what happened to him? I'm like, bro, what tip is you? All right, do what you gotta do. You feel me? And we get downstairs, you take the cuss off. You tell me you gotta let me to go around the corner. I go around the corner and shit. They tell me to stand in front of the door. I'm like, bro, I'm about to stand in front of the door and the door opens in an outward motion, meaning you, the same way your door opens up, you feel me? It opens outward. Like you gotta pull it open, you feel me? Like, I'm just thinking, like, bro, why do I stand in front of y'all and y'all gotta open up the door and make that shit make sense? So the nigga, he get mad, he say some more bullshit to me, he spit on my face, so I'm silly, like, I gotta defend myself. I step towards that nigga back, like, bro, tip is you on, bro, chill out. Like, you feel me? It's not that type of situation, bro. You're in the city, bro. It's not that type of situation. When you're a security officer, bro, chill out, for real. So he get tough, and then I'm turning around, that's when he throw his little jab or his little punch or his little push forcefully, you feel me, to get me in the field. So I grab like the sleeve of that nigga, like, bro, what tip is you on, bro? Press the charges on you, like, you tripping, bro. He get the stabbing me with the handcuff key, stabbing me like he drew blood on my thumb, scratching on my other hand, like, I'm all this shit on camera, like, you tweaking, bro. Like, these niggas is really frustrated or feel some type of way. He calling me a killer, all this shit. I'm like, bro, I ain't do none of that, bro. You tweaking, you tripping, you talking out your neck right now.
You shouldn't even be fucking happening to you.
Right, bro. You see all the shit that I'm going through. I'm suing the whole fucking everything. I'm suing them, I'm suing the city, I'm suing every fucking body, bro. There's no way I'm supposed to be getting assaulted, violated, and shit like this due to this situation, bro.
You told Brian that?
I told Brian, yeah, I told Brian. Of course I told Brian. Of course. Everything, all this shit being recorded and monitored. Hell yeah, it's all on the record. All this shit is all on the record. These people are terrible, bro. They defaming my shit, slandering my shit, discriminating, and emotionally fucking up my due process, bro. Because they feel a certain way because of the narrative that the news shit is painting of me, bro. And I ain't that nigga, bro. I'm not the killer. I'm not the nigga y'all looking for. I'm just a nigga that was in the neighborhood doing something totally different.
I'm sorry, damn. I don't even understand how the fuck this happened.
This shit terrible, bro. I'm pissed. I'm mentally pissed off right now. I'm not supposed to be in here, but yeah, all this whole shit is happening to me. Like, all this whole shit happening to me, you feel me? Like, that shit terrible.
That shit breaks my heart, bro.
This shit fucked up, bro. And you was watching the whole time?
Mm-hmm.
So you see me?
Yeah.
Shaking my head. I had a mask on, man, because I'm dehydrated and shit. My lips cracked.
I know, and they put, I'm reading these, well, it's just one person on Twitter that, like, I don't know if he's like a journalist or whatever, but he, like, records the shit, and I seen he had, like, the link from the last time, so I had went to it to see this time, and they were talking about, something about, I don't know why he has a mask on, it must be due to illness or some shit like that, like.
Yeah, bro, we in this bitch fucked up, bro. No clean water, no good food. These doctors ain't real fucking doctors. They got a degree at the county jail. Like, what the fuck? Y'all not real doctors or nurses? We prescribing this bullshit. I don't take meds or none of that shit, but there's no clean water for hot drinking water. My lips is chapped up. My shit is cracking. Like, bro, it's fucked up in here, and it's cold as dog shit in here.
What can I do?
Call the fucking news. Call Channel 4. Tell them come report this shit. Something. Why is it so cold on the other side? Why y'all got some people freezing? Why is it fucking 0 degrees outside? Y'all got the air conditioner blowing on high in here. No heat. Tell them that. Call the news people. Call April Morgan. DM her again. Follow her. Post on her post. I know. Post on her post. Posting her stories. Follow that woman. Do something. I don't fucking know. Yeah, well, she gotta accept you. If she don't accept you, then go to Channel 4 personally. Shit, and go to Channel 7. Type in Whitney Bernie, the girl who did the news today, who did it in front and came in the courtroom. DM her. Like, bro, somebody gotta know about all this shit that's happening, bro. Ain't no way I'm about to be fucked over like this, getting here and fucked over wrongfully, bro.
I think we just gotta present the facts.
The news is displaying everything else. Why they can't display this shit? Display the real shit. Display the fucking.
Why you can't display the evidence that was given to you last week or the week before? All this prior extra knowledge that would exonerate you. Where the fuck is that? Why is that not being presented? First and foremost, fuck everything else.
None of that shit is.
What do you mean?
You know what I'm saying? None of that shit is being presented. None of this shit, everything is not, bro. This shit is weird,
Why
bro.
though?
I don't fucking know. I don't know. This shit is weird. It's not up to me. All I can do is put my info on my voice, bro, and say what I gotta say.
Yeah, Brian's representing you. If y'all both putting your eyes on this evidence, why the fuck would it not be talked about? Why would it not be a case
in the
of
court,
conversation?
this is the same. I got the same questions as you, Mama. But when it comes to the law shit, none of that shit is relevant. All that shit is factual. Everything has to be factual and proven. It don't matter.
And what you're doing is factual?
No, I'm saying, that's what I'm saying. Everything has to be proven. So this shit is irrelevant, bro. Like, it's not, they know a nigga innocent. They all know a nigga innocent. Now we have to prove why he innocent. The prosecution has to prove why am I guilty. You feel me?
It's a messed up system.
They don't give a fuck about innocence. They don't give a fuck about that shit.
Yep.
It's what you could prove.
Yep.
So they got a narrative that they going with, and they're trying to prove that their narrative is that. We got our narrative, and we're trying to prove that our narrative is that. Meaning, like, my narrative is, nigga, I'm innocent because I truthfully am innocent. Their narrative is, oh, he a fucking criminal, he a suspect, he this, he that, he this person, he did it, he's the suspect, he's the killer. That's their narrative. I'm not none of that shit. I don't have no nothing. The judge, the defense can't speak against the judge or nothing. The judge will hold us. The prosecutor can't speak out against the judge or nothing. The prosecutor will get hold. The prosecutor works with the judge. That's what I'm saying, man. Y'all watching, bro, just watch this shit. This shit is terrible. terrible. He horned my defense. My defense can't get shit out, can't say shit. Cross-examining, people avoiding answers, looking at the prosecutor for approval on what they about to say next. Like, what the fuck type of shit is that, bro? The judge helping the witnesses. The judge is helping the witnesses. He's speaking in for them. So, not to say that, but you are this, the next, and that, right? That's what he's trying to say. Like, bro, what the fuck? Why the fuck is you on, bro? Let my defense do that, bro. My defense is asking the questions, bro. Why the fuck you keep chiming in, helping the witnesses, bro? You speculate and persuade the witnesses now. Like, that shit weird as hell, bro. They all working against the nigga, bro. And I didn't do shit to nobody. I didn't do shit to nobody, bro. This shit is fucking with me, bro. On my soul, bro. This shit is fucking with me. This is my whole fucking life. Me and I may never get the chance to see nothing or nobody ever again. For some shit I did not do.
Yeah, this breaks my heart.
I'm not
Absolutely.
giving these bitches the benefit of the doubt to railroad me, to make me fucking shit I did not do, bro. All my life. I told you. I'm going innocent.
I can't imagine.
Because that's the fucking truth and the facts.
This just tears me up.
Shit terrible, bro. I'm hoping all this shit work out how the fuck it's supposed to work out, you feel me? Like, man, I don't know, bro. Right now, everything looks straight for me, you feel me? But still, it's the fact that I got the judge and the prosecutor working together. And everybody working against me in my defense.
No, I doubt they're working together. But I was trying to say.
I was in there, like, they're working together. The relationship, the rapport, the way that my defense was cross-examining, we getting our shit shortened, the prosecutor ain't getting shit shortened, prosecutor ain't getting no weird expressions, no weird looks at, my lawyer going through shit, looking at information and shit like that, the judge looking at us weird, looking at him weird, like frustration, like, come on, man, hurry up, how long you need? Like, bro, as sick as you are, bro, let him do his fucking job, like, you supposed to do your job, sit there and analyze and be the judge after the fact, you feel me? Shit weird, bro. They're playing with a nigga whole fucking life, bro.
Makes me so sad.
I'm frustrated as fuck, bro. Frustrated, bro. I'm going through so much lame, gay bullshit in here, bro.
I'm sorry, baby.
But what you say? Hello?
Mm-hmm.
What you say?
I don't know what to say.
I said, what did you just say?
I said, I don't know what to say.
Bro, this shit is not real life, bro. Maybe I'm sleeping or some shit. Maybe I'll wake up soon and reality will be back. Maybe this is the afterlife a nigga in right now and I'm still asleep, you feel me? Like, I just gotta wake up back to reality, cause what the fuck, bro? This shit don't seem real at all, bro. There's no fucking way I'm going through this shit right now, bro. What the fuck? Niggas so fucking innocent, bro. They don't give a fuck about that shit. They don't give a fuck about that. How the fuck is this a court of law of proof for innocence of guilt and you don't give a fuck about their innocence? Like y'all just fucking pursue a conviction of somebody that's fucking innocent. Y'all not being realistic and logical, bro. Look at the fucking facts. Where are the fucking facts? Where the fuck is everything? They tell me these people are these people doing their job incorrectly, improperly, and rushing shit? Yeah, Yeah, like, bro, these people is fucking terrible. That's what they did. Like, come on, bro. Y'all niggas ain't do y'all job right. You feel me? That shit has nothing to do with us, bro. Y'all trying to push for a conviction off of fraud shit, that shit coming to the light. Nah.
I'm sorry, baby. You're gonna get through this.
I want fucking eye twitching, bro, because I'm irritated, bro.
Just breathe, okay? I can't even imagine. And I'm sick as fucking seeing what happened to you.
In the fucking just beginning, it's been he already previously been convicted. He's the first habitual just for the notice. Like, what the
It doesn't
fuck?
have anything to do with shit, bro.
I know, bro, but you know what I'm saying? That meaning, like, nigga, I'm already facing 25 to life just by being a first fucking habitual. That's why I don't get in trouble. That's why I don't catch tickets. That's why I don't get parking tickets. That's why I don't get traffic tickets. That's why I don't do nothing.
Okay, but would it help to express this? Like, did you get to speak? Did you want to speak on your behalf? Can I fucking speak on your behalf?
Nobody can. Nobody can.
Why? So how do they have 10 fucking witnesses?
Nobody can speak. Nobody can do nothing, bro. Nobody can say nothing. Nobody can do nothing, bro. That's not how that shit works, bro.
In the report that I read, that,
And they so fucking dumb, bro. They so dumb. A nigga never even washed the jacket, bro. The shit was already how it was. If a nigga washed the jacket, bro, it wouldn't have been nothing on the fucking jacket. Like, y'all so fucking stupid. That's
the
why
jacket has been washed. It has, and I expressed that.
Now, Mr. Jackson Blanas, we just heard the entirety of this conversation between you and Ms. White. Now, at any time did you instruct Ms. White to wash this jacket?
No,
Okay.
I didn't.
At any point in time did she tell you she washed this jacket?
On this call.
Okay. Is this the first time you ever heard about her washing the jacket?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm going to play right there. Okay, I'm gonna play this, which is the follow-up call. Okay. That was played in its entirety.
This is a call from and paid for by
Michael and Webb Jackson, Rico Milano's, Wayne County Jail.
an inmate at Wayne County Jail. This call is subject to recording and monitoring. If you don't wish to talk, hang up now. Thank you for using Telmate.
Anything, bro. No, bro. No. Towards the end of our examination, bro, the nigga was like, the prosecutor asked, did the coat look clean to you? And she said yes. It was not washed, because if it was washed, it wouldn't have nothing on there, bro. Nobody did nothing. Nobody fucked with any evidence. Nobody hid nothing. Nobody did nothing, bro. That's what I'm saying. That's what I have to know, bro. They telling me what you say could be used against me. Like, bro, what you say in the court of law could be used against you in the court of law. Like, bro, no, nigga, no. Nigga ain't do nothing, bro. I know the fucking truth. God know the truth. Nigga ain't know I didn't do nothing. God and me know I didn't do nothing. Nigga, I ain't do shit but go to the fucking parking lots that fucking night. Walk around downtown, bro. Take pictures of the fucking cars. That shit weird to me, bro. That shit weird as fuck, bro. It's my whole fucking life on the line, my nigga. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm just not sure why the fuck you're talking to me like this. Like, I did something.
Bro, because you just be saying anything, bro. Like, don't say nothing. You know, what the fuck?
You need to stop cutting me off before I could speak to her what I was gonna say. But it's
I don't want to hear what you gotta say about that shit, bro. It's no relevant. This shit has nothing to do with me. This shit is frustrating, bro. I don't deserve none of this shit, bro. I didn't do nothing to nobody, bro, to be here in this fucking position, bro. To be here going through all the shit that I'm going through, bro, for the last fucking month. I lost business associates off of this shit. I lost people off this, over this shit. Like, bro, this shit. Shit's so fucking terrible, bro. Shit terrible as fuck, my nigga. I ain't never been in no fucking situation where I gotta fight for my life.
Hi, Courtney. Welcome.
Nigga, I ain't got shit to prove.
Glad to have you.
Nigga, I'm fucking innocent. I didn't do shit to nobody. Nobody. The only wrong I ever did was fucking go out and go into parking lots that night. That's the only wrong I did, bro. Other than that, I ain't did shit wrong, bro. And this shit is killing me, bro. Because people are not being realistic and fucking logical, bro. They're not seeing the fucking truth. They're not seeing it because everybody's being persuaded. Everybody's being, can make their own narrative. When it should be what the fuck you supposed to do, a fucking job, bro. And right can tell right from wrong, bro. Don't be up here lying or trying to divert from what the fuck the question is being asked to say something totally different or phrase it this way. It's a yes or fucking no, bro. Yes or fucking no. We don't need no extra shit, bro.
Thanks, Jenny.
That shit foul as fuck, bro. Nigga, I may possibly never see nobody again. Nobody, bro. Nobody, bro. Nobody, bro. Nobody, my nigga. I may never have no fucking life, bro. Cause I didn't do shit, bro.
Ugh. All this is messing me up. Can't.
Shit terrible, bro. A nigga fighting for his whole life at the age of 28, bro. Over some hearsay shit. Or what the fuck you think. Like you feel me? Like y'all paint a narrative of a nigga that's not even fucking true. You home yet?
Mm-hmm. I've been home.
Yeah, we're definitely glad to have you. We love having great folks on here.
Just stay warm, man. Just stay warm. Like I said, bro, no matter what happens to you.
Yeah, To Kill a Mockingbird. Is that the one you're talking about?
I do this shit, bro. I don't do no weird shit to women. I don't hurt kids. I don't hurt women. I don't do no weird shit, bro.
No, he just didn't know she washed the coat.
I love you with all my heart, bro. But I refuse, bro, to be accused of some shit I didn't do, bro. I'd be punished for some shit I didn't do. I would never give these bitches the benefit of the doubt, my nigga. That shit Michael Jackson, nigga. That shit Jackson 5 on my soul. That shit Juice WRLD. Super Juice WRLD. Like, Yeah, I don't give a fuck, bro. That shit, no, hell no.
Everybody always calls my
Exit
channel
this
a safe
bitch.
place. Yes, we want justice for Samantha, and we want to be sure that the right person is on trial. But we welcome other
So I go sit down
viewpoints,
for some shit I did not do, bro, and
but
try
we
to get
definitely
back
do
on the
not
fucking appeal.
attack
Nigga,
other
bro,
people for
I need
having
logical,
other
realistic
viewpoints.
people, bro. I need people to see this shit, bro. But these people is not playing fair, bro. They're not playing fair, bro. They don't give a fuck about innocence no more.
Because he said he didn't wash it. He said he didn't know she washed it until she told him that on that call, and that kind of freaked him out because he was saying all this time he never had a reason to wash any of his clothes or get rid of anything because he didn't have anything to hide. And then she said it on that call, and it threw him off because he was like, "What the heck?"
Go holler at somebody else that actually did this shit, bro. I love you. I'm gonna call you later, bro. I'm about to go lay down, but my fucking head hurts, my eyes twitching, shaking and cold in this bitch. I just need somebody to call the fucking news, bro. Something, bro. They got us in here so fucking inhumane. They got the air full blasting in this bitch. It's cold as dog shit in here, bro. It's cold as fucking here. There's no way we all in this bitch wrapped up in blankets, towels, all our clothing on, and there's no fucking heat in this bitch, bro. And the air blasting out full blast. This shit gotta be against the law. We got fucking rights,
Well, I
bro.
wish I could send him more than what they let you send him, but
I love you with my life, bro. I love you with everything on my side.
oh,
I'll call you later.
Mr. Brown, do you have a lot more? I just want to know.
Yeah, I have some more, so it might be a good place to stop.
So we'll break for the day. We'll resume on Monday morning, 8:45.
oh, you guys. Okay, well, this is really sad. I did not hear in any, just to go over quickly, I didn't hear any anyone say anything about him mentioning that he touched her body until now. So I'm saying this is the strategy of the defense because this is why they had to put him on the stand. So this is the reasoning. So this was going to come out. They wanted to bring this whole call out, and the only way they could do that was to put him on the stand. The only way they could go over all of this video was to put him on the stand. So the same thing with the Gregor trial. If you guys watch that, the new people that are here, remember when he only wanted to put snippets of that video in? Well, Gregor wasn't going to testify. So unless Gregor was going to testify, they were going to have to involve the entire video. So here, same situation. In order to allow that all of that to play, that means that Michael has to testify. So in him testifying, that allows all this information to come in, which means also the prosecution is allowed to cross-examine him on all of this information, which means that Michael is admitting that that is him in the video. That means that Michael is admitting that he is saying these things on the phone. So it could be a good thing, or it could be backfire in his face with the prosecution. It just all depends on how things happen. But there's enough reasonable doubt. So we're just going to keep praying over the weekend. I'm going to keep making my Samantha Woll videos. I'm going to file the FOIA Act. Pray for me for that because it's my first one. So I'm going to work on it. See how long that takes to get this information about what they have, all the police reports and whatnot. But I'm going to keep making my series about the murder on Joliet Place. And, you can keep watching those and piecing together what the prosecution has and then piece together what the defense has. but we're going to keep praying for Michael. So I hope everyone has a very happy 4th of July, except for you guys who are not in America. You guys have whatever happy weekend that you have. And yes, everyone, let's just pray for Michael. I feel for him. Pray for Samantha and her family. Pray that her community really, really wants justice instead of, gosh, I hate to sound so terrible, but like money. You guys pray that they want justice over the money and the optics, I guess you could say, that they're looking at, rather than, gosh, just putting this off on this guy that obviously doesn't have the cleanest background in the world, but my gosh, he's not a murderer. I don't believe he's a murderer. But there are people out there that do. So I can't, because it won't let me go past the Wayne County email thing. You have to register, and then it keeps kicking me out. So I can't email him. I don't have a way to do that. I'm just going to have to start mailing him postcards. So yeah, the money is talking, you guys, in Detroit. So those of you who are from Michigan may know this, but like I said, that synagogue is the only freestanding synagogue in Detroit. It was poor and on its last leg, and Samantha rose it from the dead, and now it is worth millions, and it is a very high standing political place, and they love that. And the gentrification, if I say that correctly, happening in Detroit is a lot due to Samantha's work and that synagogue. So lots of money in that pot. So I will see you guys. I hope we see our new people back next week. Jimmy and Eve and Courtney. I hope we see you guys back next week in this channel, as we will be covering this trial every day. Don't forget, you guys, I'm going to be flying on Monday. So I'm going to try and do this live until I have to go to the airport, and then I'll catch back up as soon as I can Monday. So hopefully I won't miss anything too entirely crazy. But I will get with you guys Monday. I'll see y'all. Have a happy weekend. And God bless y'all.